How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Hang on, something's wrong here. Something is very wrong here. Much better. Much better. Who's winning? Who's winning? Nobody's got even remotely close to the coin. Nobody's got even remotely close to the coin today. What's happened to the audio? What's up with the audio? Technically nothing. Supposedly nothing. Is the audio effed? You've confused me now. Is the audio effed? I'm going to assume it's alright. I'll assume it's alright until somebody says otherwise. We've got some we've had some big news from the Trade School Master guys. Yes, oh my god, that Rain of Fire is going to do work. Did it literally kill everybody? Haddock's like, yeah, I'm not going to play. I'm just going to bomb everybody. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. TSM, guys, we'll talk about this a little bit more so later on in the stream. The Trade School Master has finally, and it, I mean, 6 months late is 6 months late is better than, you know, not at all. But Trade School Master 4.11 beta is now available. Now, if you happen to be a TSM Premium member, you get beta. You should have probably already had an email asking you if you want to install TSM 4.11 beta. Now, let me tell you, from testing the alpha version for a good few months now, I think they've smoothed out most of the bugs, but the reason they then go from alpha to beta is to get it in the hands of more people, so more of you guys can go out there and hopefully break it. And why do I say hopefully? Because the more top tier goblins that can get their hands on it and break it before it goes into the hands of the public, the easier it is for everybody else, devs included, for them to get a speedy release out. But like I said, we'll talk about that a little bit more later, because it's kind of something that I think a lot of people should get on board with. Oh, that bomb. That bomb. A few people are still spawning in. That Rain of Fire is going to take out everybody. Haddock and his Rain of Fires, man. Haddock must have like 1 million channel points. See, see, he's got the tactic down, right? Tactic is there. What you want to do is you want to do a sneaky Rain of Fire, get it to wipe everybody out, then spawn in, and hope that you can ninja the bomb. Ninja the coin. Smart moves, that is. Smart moves. Smart moves. What I might do one day is I might do a like, just to see what happens if we can like really break this. I'll run a game at the end of the stream and I'll just make all the channel points free and see how quickly people can break it. Oh my god, look at the amount of people that want this VIP today. Oh my god, those cannons. Are those cannons just going to delete everybody? Oh my days. Oh my days. One good placement on a bomb now. It's getting close, boys and girls. Getting very close. I think we've got a winner in sight. Oh, this Rain of Fire is going to do it. Whoever doesn't get killed by this Rain of Fire has a very good chance of getting this. Who's it going to be? It's a race. Bear called Dave. Bear called Dave. We have ourselves a winner, boys and girls. A bear called Dave. Congratulations, good sir. Congratulations, congratulations. Let's switch this very quickly over. Congratulations, you have won yourself VIP for the day. Let me quickly, please hold. There we go, good sir. There we go. Bear called Dave is the VIP of the day. Congratulations. Feels special. But yeah, not only do we have some Trade School Master news that we'll go through in a bunch of detail later. We've got the WoW Economy weekly wrap-up report thingy. I still can never remember what that thing's called, like some 180 odd episodes into it. So we'll go through that later today as well. Plus, we'll do a little bit of an update of where we're at, what we did over the weekend, and all that sort of good stuff. But how did you boys and girls enjoy the weekend? Did you have good weather? Did you make lots of gold? Did you even leave the house? There's this weird new system out I haven't heard before, the Shards of Domination. Yeah, this is causing some chaos. It's true to be said, especially with anybody that's interested in where their legendary is going to be positioned, or more importantly, like legendary crafting professions are being thrown through a bit of a loop. Watched some of the E3. I was actually away at the weekend, so I've been completely out of the game, like 100%. We got home yesterday afternoon / yesterday evening. I, of course, watched the football. Woohoo! Go England. Then I watched the UFC, and then I went to bed. So I'm totally in the dark about what's been going on. I skim read over the WoW Economy report, so it's so I have a rough idea of what's in it. But yeah, from a gold making point of view, and equally from the point of view of like just keeping up with the industry, I'm totally blind to what happened over the last couple of days. So actually left the house for once as well. Well. Super hot still here in the UK, nearly melted mowing the lawn. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit difficult to see on the camera because I have it slightly colour corrected. But I picked myself up a little bit of an accidental suntan, should we say. Yeah, the Shards of Domination system, it's not really that complicated. The problem is that it's on the beta on the PTR right now, and it's just a bit goofed. I don't think Blizzard really the problem is it's going to be another convoluted system, because of course you get the pieces of gear that have the domination sockets in. Then you have to get the domination gems. Now these apparently drop primarily from the raid, and they have ranks to them, and they can be upgraded. It's another system on top of a system within a system that Blizzard have waited till what seemingly feels like the very last minute to implement it on the PTR, and it's caused a lot of the raiding community to just lose their collective shit. Now luckily from a goblin perspective, this is good news, right? This is really good news, because it means that wherever people's legendaries are now, the likelihood is that they're going to move that legendary. Even if they don't change the legendary power, the likelihood is that whatever slot they crafted it in for 9.0, they probably threw it into a slot that gave them lots of stats, because of course a 235 piece of gear had a lot of stats on it. But now it's resulting in the fact that those slots are going to be prime position for these domination bits of gear. Meaning that the just let's min-max the amount of stats we get theory, it now goes out the window for legendaries. And people are looking, for, at least from what I've seen, a lot of people have reported that the safest place to put your legendary nowadays is one of the ring slots if you have the option to. Because a ring is always going to be a ring. You have 2 ring slots for starters, so I would imagine jewel crafters are going to see a significant spike in demand for their legendaries, which is nice, because if you know your numbers with jewel crafting, oh boy, if you know your numbers with jewel crafting, you can make an absolute killing. Finally started getting my Hunter through, which means I have to unlock Crafter's Mark II on my Leatherwork and Jewel Crafter. So now I need to figure out how to set up TSM for that gear. Well, fortunately, with TSM 4.11, you can do everything. I mean, I know you, of all people, are probably the last one that wants to hear this. But you can now, for the most part, do everything that most people want to do through Tradeschool Master. I've had a little poke about. I mean, I had a sneaky suspicion that beta was going to go live, and I kind of knew that alpha was about ready. So I had a little bit of a poke around the last Thursday or Friday with what's been changing. But I hadn't reported on any of it because, of course, there was no point. There was about 7 people on the planet that could use it, so... Is it just my end, or is the sound and the camera not synced up? I had to use my camera for more than it just being my webcam the other day, which means I might have goofed a setting on the camera somewhere. Because it's not like a basic webcam, it's actually a Canon SLR, which may mean there's a slight audio sync. But anyway, let's switch over to... Nobody wants to look at my big old face anyway, with my... Well, I guess but you can't actually really tell that I'm sunburnt, but I am, so... Switch it over here. We'll get our Facebook gaming out of the way. We'll chat and talk some weekend stuff for a little while. We'll let a few people filter in, and then we'll get on the WoW economy report for the week. Let's log in on our bank character to just get auctions up and running. My audio is still effed. Windows was playing audio double and now doesn't recognise my speakers anymore. There was a new Windows update 2 days ago that I've heard lots of people complaining about. The fact that it made Edge your default browser without asking you. It threw a whole bunch of like news stuff, and it defaulted to like certain news websites to, I don't know. There was a whole bunch of shit. I saw this on Reddit, so I'm going to take everything that I read with a pinch of salt because, you know, it's Reddit. But yes, there was a Windows update that's been causing havoc with people. I'm pretty sure them changing the default browser is illegal. Yeah, I really don't think it's illegal. Good luck with that one. According to the current GDPR and EU laws, no, I don't. No, no. You're using Microsoft software. You're using software within their foundational software. I think it's perfectly fine for them. It's annoying. It's all hell. Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving them a get out of jail free card here. I mean, it's hella annoying that they do it, but I don't think we can go as far as to say it's illegal. No. Bugged out a lot for me because I don't have the best PC at times. Like, Microsoft can do what they want since you're basically using... Well, exactly, yeah. You're using their software to do anything that you do anyway. So, yeah, that new weather widget, that was an instant right-click remove. That was annoying. A couple of years ago, they ate a huge fine for having default browser defaulting to Internet Explorer since it's against monopoly laws. I'm not getting into that. I genuinely don't care anywhere near enough to even consider talking about that, but I'm sure there probably are some regulations in place for that sort of stuff, but I genuinely don't care, so we're not going there. Yeah, that weather widget annoyed me, especially for me, because the weather widget automatically came up in Finnish, even though my operating system is set in English. Because unfortunately, I bought my copy of Windows in Finland, meaning it defaulted to Finnish. Which is alright if you speak the language fluently, which I don't. So every time Windows does an update, it reverts something back into Finnish for me, and it's like, for God's sake. Even though I've disabled Finnish in every corner of the operating system, I feel I can. It's funny. Mine's come up with a different country for each of your machines. Windows does some funny stuff. It does some funny stuff. Let's get off talking of Monopoly systems. Let's get our Facebook gaming out of the way. Feel you, in Belgium half the stuff comes up in French instead of Dutch. Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine it's a constant tug of war there, I suppose, isn't it, between who's going to get what in what language. I get that. I guess that causes a whole bunch of stuff. It's crazy how many massive companies just can't give me the right language. I imagine that to be true. Good morning, Woo. Welcome. Good to see you, my man. Hope you had a good weekend. My work laptop decided it was in Washington, DC. Tower 1 was in London. Tower 2 was Singapore. Personal laptop was in France. You sure you've not got your VPN switched on and it's just bouncing your IP address around the world? My copy still somehow manages to find ways to put certain stuff in Hungarian because I live in Hungary. But the operating system, the currency, everything is on English or US. Yeah, I'm the same. Everything about my PC is set to be English in every way, shape or form. Yeah, occasionally something will randomly pop up in Finnish. Let's not get into Belgium. Time for some more Belgian for dummies. Hey, that video opened my eyes to political chaos. The definition of political chaos. How can one country have so many people trying to run it? There's more people trying to be in charge than there are people there, it feels. Mental. Did I genuinely get an upgrade for my bow from the mission table? Oh, it's a 0. Oh, it's exactly the same bow. Oh, it just has different secondaries. Decline. Ignore. Right. Any good... Oh, we've still got a mission on the go from last night. Oh, that's because it was a 14-hour long mission. Okay. Okay. Let's go. All the big XP stuff real quick. Oh, come on. You must be able to complete this. Must be able to complete this. By the way, early stream today. Well, there's a lot on the cards today. I knew there was a couple of really big topics of conversation today. Obviously, Monday, we always go through the weekly economy report, which can easily take an hour or so out the stream. Plus, with the big TSM update, I was assuming that there, at the very least, would be lots of discussion around that. So, yeah, stuff to do today for sure. So yes, we did start a little bit early, but I tend to make sure that I'm not doing any of the core content of the streams until, you know, regular scheduled stuff. So I appreciate the early viewership, boys and girls. I know this is like an hour earlier than we usually start, so didn't mean to get some of you out of bed. Although depending on what side of the globe you're watching on. Right, let's see how many dudes it takes to actually complete this. Why is my FPS like 3? Can I buy some FPS, please? I'm at 6. Why is my game running at like 40 FPS? That's outrageous. I press this button and my FPS drops to like 5. TSM beta caching? Not sure. I'm very much certain it's got something to do. Yeah, because my FPS, you can see it in the bottom right hand corner.
$5.
Oh! No ads for me. Boom! Fake Value King, thank you very much. Thank you for the tier 1. I do appreciate it very much. 2 months. Thank you, thank you. TSM Kaching. Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing... Well, to be fair, even idling, I'm only at 60 FPS, so I have no idea what's going on. In fact, I'm not even at a stable 60 FPS idling. All the things is actually using a disgusting amount of system resources, along with Zygor. They're both very, very RAM intensive. Trade School Master 3rd on the list, would you believe it? Adventure Plan probably spikes to the top of the list when I press a button in it. That's probably why. Yeah. yeah, not quite sure what's going on. Within the next short period of time, it's going to have to be new PC day, I feel. For doing what we want to be doing, this PC is not going to cut the mustard for much longer. $11 FPS. God, love it. Nope. Are we not going to be able to complete this anima mission? 5800X is a good deal on Amazon. I'm not that close to buying anything. It will be probably closer towards Christmas. Maybe around Black Friday we might look at something. Right, okay, apparently we're not good enough to complete this anima mission, which is gross. I should have done the anima mission first. Well, we'll save that for a rainy day. Let's bang these dudes out on something. Ooh, 1500 experience. Go on, you would. Go on. Boom! Instant win. Yeah, not quite sure what's going on. I mean, I've also got 32 gig of RAM, so genuinely I should be able to run a million add-ons and it shouldn't make any difference. But we all know when it comes to technology that just because something should work one way doesn't mean it will. No, no, no. Let's really make sure things are challenging and run a cancel scan in the background. 27 seconds, 1 minute, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Okay, almost everything's going to expire before too long anyway. If that's the case, let's just go see what's in the mailbox. Did we sell anything last night? That's the question. I was casually doing some cancel scans whilst watching the UFC last night. 100k worth of stuff! Check it out! What the hell did we sell? Umberhide legs, 2 pairs of umberhide legs. Lower ranks, I would assume, by their price. Another wow, umberhide legs popping off. 3 sets of umberhide legs, bone shatter helm. Okay, we actually managed to sell a few legendaries last night. Woohoo! Add-ons tend to suck up CPU power as well, and if you're streaming on the yeah, I mean, I'm very aware that I'm absolutely smashing the pants out of this computer. Trying to run multiple instances of WoW streaming, yeah, I'm very aware. It's just crying in the background, but you'll have to get a grip and sort itself out. Let's do a post scan real quick first. Item group is invalid, see chat. Oh, joy. The joy of a trade skill master update, boys and girls. The joy of a trade skill master update. Oh. Has the day come? Has the day come where my legendary setup will no longer work because Trade Skill Master have updated it so I can't jiggery poker the system? Oh, okay. It probably has. Well, that throws a spanner in the works for today. I knew I was going to have to reset up my Trade Skill Master groups to be to be fully compatible with the new Trade Skill Master, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to do it now. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do it now. Okay, right, well, let's come back to legendaries then. Oh, no! What's going on here? This is 7 levels of broken. Why is my basic 110% crafting foobarred? Okay, okay, please hold. Okay. What's going on here then? What's going on here then? Add-on versions. Why? Why, oh why has my... Oh. Have the TSM devs disabled the alpha? Because my TSM application has rolled itself back to 4.10. Please don't have rolled back to 4.10 without me asking to. Okay. No, release channel. Okay, okay, they've turned off the alpha. Great, they've turned off the alpha. Right, well, I'm going to have to... Oh, God. Yeah, release and beta is there, but it's, it would have been nice to have had some prior warning that they were just going to turn off the alpha. Gross. Well, I think we know what we're going to be doing today, boys and girls. We're going to be setting up 4.11 Trade School Master again. Please hold. Let me check the TSM Discord real quick. Alrighty. Apologies. We're getting there. Right, let's oh, phooey. Let's real quick just will a reload fix this now? Or am I gonna have to log out, log in again fully? Took me 4 minutes to make all legendary groups. It's quite easy with the new item level system. Yeah, the new system is going to be relatively smooth. Like I said, I tested it a little bit at the end of last week because I had a sneaky suspicion this was happening. I just didn't know exactly when. Yeah, setting up groups should be relatively simplistic now because you can filter things by item level. So every time you craft a new rank of something, you can in theory just throw everything in one big group now if you want. But it's still probably sensible to split things up a little bit and categorize them somewhat, since TSM is currently rebuilding its item cache, blah blah blah. Yeah. Since you probably want to apply different operations and different settings to like different ranks, and depending on how many of them, if you want like a sellout group and that sort of stuff, it's a little bit of organization will go a long way. Did a restock with level 55 gear. I think that was a mistake because nobody will buy them. The 117 gear. You'd be surprised. Simply having them crafted and listed gives you a good opportunity. I know lots of... I mean, every time I mean, I might be the exception to the rule here, but every time I'm leveling up a character, I ding 55, I press C, and if my item level is less than 117, I head straight to the auction house. Because I know that it's a thing, and I know it's a massive stat boost for what is usually not going to cost a lot of gold. I do that as well with alts. Yeah, just simply, once you've done it, once somebody's done it once people realise that 117 gear is a thing, every time they level a character, they will do the same. Yeah, that's just you. We all just mount up wherever we are at that. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Get out of here. And revoke that VIP. Goddamn stupid long boys and their stupidness. Right, let's see if my TSM's going to like do anything now. TSM 411, what's new? I know what's new. I've been pissing about with this for months. Okay. It's not connected over this side of the world, which means I probably need to do a reload over here for it to cache everything. Don't do 117, just power level to 60 and buy 168 there. Yeah, it depends how you're doing it. Especially, for example, if you're like if you're doing a bit of questing and a couple of dungeons here and there and maybe some gathering to level. Like, if you are just hardcore zerging to 60, you can probably skip the 55 117 gear. But if you're just kind of casually leveling up, like I kind of feel most people do, you'll hit 55 and you'll look at your item level and you'll be like, Christ, my item level is still 94. There's 117 gear for like 1,000 gold in the auction house. I'll just go buy some. But like I said, it's all a little bit subjective based on the fact that, you know, 1,000 gold for some of us goblins to just go buy some gear that you're going to replace in an hour or two anyway is no biggie. But to some people, to spend 10k on some gear whilst leveling is just mental. That they're never going to do it. If you're not getting the 117 gear, you're not zerging as fast as you could, though. Well, that's also kind of true. Maybe, yeah, you could probably look at it two ways. Like, if you really are actually min-maxing your leveling speed, you would probably go into Shadowlands with a set of 117 gear prepped and ready to equip. What's the point of being a goblin if you can't treat your alts to some juicy upgrades? True dat. True dat. Now, you don't have to drop, you know, you don't have to drop 500,000 on some BOE legendaries or BOE epics or anything like that, but you can certainly, you know, make the game easier for yourself by being a goblin. For show. No, wrong button. Wrong button. Right, are we synced up nicely now? No, apparently not. I knew this might become a problem. Why does it claim to be not connected? I know why it's not connected, because they're different characters, different realms. That would be why. That's going to foobar everything. Okay, please hold. I can't do any auction housey stuff until I log on to a few characters. Because all my operations being based on crafting cost is going to throw Trade School Master into a downward spiral of craziness when it doesn't know what the crafting cost is for anything. Whoa, 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 Valegro, put the gun away, my man. Can we chill with the gun, please? Good day to you, either way. Sharkshooter, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. If you get the gear, save yourself half an hour of leveling. You can spend that half an hour farming and earn back more than the gear cost you. Spoken like a true goblin. Spoken like a true goblin. It's only for Jack, not for you, my man. Well, I'm not sure if Jack's kicking about yet. This is still early. Jack's probably busy. So you can keep it holstered for now. Right, let's see if we can. TSM is currently rebuilding its item cache. Well, let's confuse it more so by opening trade windows. Right, learn some stuff here, TSM. Learning, doing all the learning. Congratulations, done all the learning. Now leatherworking. Learn some stuff, do all the learning, learning. Oh, I've maxed out 4 pieces of Umberhide. Genuinely didn't know that. We're halfway with Umberhide. Cool. I'm so far behind with Bone Shatter though. It's gross. What we'll probably do some testing of today as well is the crafting, queuing, gathering setup for the legendaries as well. That is arguably going to be the one thing that everybody will like to jump on, given the opportunity to. If we can set our crafting queue up based on groups and customized operations for legendaries, we can start doing some really fancy ass shit, like changing the quantity that we craft based on things like sell rate. Bone Shatter Waistguard has now got a 0.01 sell rate. I've just seen that, along with the arm guards. Oh dear, oh dear. You know what's funny though, is something like the arm guards could end up being BIS. Got a question about TSM crafting regarding a problem I've been having. Is there a way for restocking selected groups to only look at my bank characters inventory? Yeah, you can tell it to ignore characters and ignore realms. Having it only look at your bank characters inventory is probably not the most sensible way of doing it anyway. There's probably, that's probably just the first thing. There's probably a more elegant way to do what you're trying to do anyway. Because that's a kind of dangerous way to have it set up anyway, because it means you will accidentally end up crafting stuff that you don't mean to a lot. Do I hear LST becoming obsolete right when I finally started looking at the next features? No, not even remotely close. Simply because I still don't like, and if I don't like, I'm imagining there's lots of people that don't like the Trade School Master interface. I think it's a blur of information that's not necessary. I don't like the way that it's all laid out, and you can't see the profits of multiple ranks easily. The one thing that LST is still got going for it regardless is this page here. This one page, the table page, where it shows you exactly how many of a thing you have, the profitability of that said item. This page is still 10 times more valuable than anything Trade School Master offers me at the moment, because it's everything in one easy to digest form, which Trade School Master doesn't present you, nor can they present you with that. So whilst I will say that the having everything integrated with Trade School Mastering for crafting and restocking will be a massive advantage, and it's absolutely no disrespect to LST, but having everything work with one add-on will be a simpler solution for most than using multiple add-ons. The information that Legendary Stock Tracker can provide you is much more valuable than anything TSM can give. Manthis, just listened to your podcast episode with Zan and Jack. I appreciate the fact that you mentioned Kriparian as an early Goblin influence. I too watched his videos hit Golden Cap following his dual crafting advice. Yeah, a lot of people don't even realise that. They don't even realise that he's a bit. Kriparian is a bit of an OG to World of Warcraft goal making. Let's say I wanted to sell Enchanted Lightless Silk, but Trade School Master won't add it to the crafted queue if it's profitable because I've got it stocked up on my tailor for tailoring legendaries. Oh, I mean, you could just set your... yeah, I see how that's a thing. There probably is a more elegant way to do it than just ignoring your other characters. I can't think off the top of my head exactly what that more elegant way to do it is, though. Yeah, and just, I know I'm jumping between topics here, like doing some squirrel action here, but one thing that Legendary Stock Tracker may very well become more useful for is those occasional quick crafts of stuff. Sometimes it's not going to be... I'm still... especially if when we go into patch 9.1, that the way that Trade Skill Master works is going to make it very difficult to deal with Vestige of Origins, because there's going to be a weird situation that will happen with Vestige of Origins being they'll be super rare and super mega expensive to begin with. Sorry, the Korthite crystals. They'll be super mega rare and super mega expensive to begin with, but when everybody starts getting their legendaries, the market will start to flood with them, and there's a weird situation that will happen for people who are leveling up their legendaries. If they're leveling up leatherworking, it may at one point become a better solution for them to craft things with vestiges on them to push the item level. I'm really not explaining this very well, but say for example you're leveling and you've unlocked rank 2. Instead of crafting rank 2s, because rank 2s could be like seriously negative in profit, you could craft a rank 2 with a vestige to make it be a rank 4, because the rank 4s are more profitable. That is something that you could... I don't know exactly how, I'll leave it up to the Mega Brain, but I think this table view and doing something along those lines, Legendary Stock Tracker has a much better chance of making that an elegant thing. Like, so that people, you know, can see that, okay, well, maybe it costs me 10,000 gold to make this vestige. Rank 2s right now are not, like, nobody's buying rank 2s. I don't want to craft 15 rank 2s, but people are buying rank 4s, and I can make a rank 4 for less than what, you know, rank 4 with a vestige from a rank 2 is profitable. Calculate both prices, show the cheapest one with an icon to show if it's a vestige or not. There we go. There we go. Like 30 seconds of thought and you came up with an elegant solution. That's the kind of flexibility that LST's got. That it will be relatively difficult for TSM to do something like that, I feel. So that's really going to be the niche market for LST, I'd guess. And a straightforward, easy to digest presentation of information is crucial for legendaries, which TSM doesn't do. So, do not worry. Even with Trade Skill Master doing some updates, LST is not obsolete, not even close. Right, has it connected, has it synced stuff? It has. Right, we should now in theory be able to do a post scan on stuff and it not die. Nope, still busted. Fuck's sake. It doesn't know crafting cost on any of these. Oh, that's because I haven't loaded enchanting. Well, it should know the crafting cost on all of these. No, it doesn't know the crafting cost. Oh, God. Am I going to have to remake my groups again? Hang on, yeah. It's... Oh! Doolally. I'm going to have to remake my groups again, because them porting from alpha to the beta hasn't kept the structure of them properly. Oh God, yeah, now nothing is in a group anymore. Nothing is in a group anymore. All of these should be in here. Okay. Okay then. This is going to be annoying. Didn't encounter this issue. Yeah, it's sucked all of my items out of my groups. It is, to be honest, it's probably because when the alpha got switched off, it reverted me straight back to 410, which then fucked up all of my groups because it went back to an add-on version that doesn't support them. Now I've activated the beta, I'm going to have to build it all back again. Oh, Christ. Saigon Paul's going to have a heart attack when he sees this. I'm not sure I want to be faffing around with this. I might just leave this for now. Goddamn son of a... I really wanted today to be a good day. Right, let's make sure that TSM at least knows everything that it needs to know. Let's log on to our characters. Let's open the professions. Let's make sure it knows crafting stuff. It's only 168. It's only going to be everything that I sell that's broken. It's fine. It's fine. No problems here. Oh, dearie, dearie. Maybe we should do the WoW Economy subreddit report thingy, and then we'll... Nothing like starting your week with some TSM troubles. Exactly. Nothing like breaking in Monday morning with a Trade School Master port. Yep. Well, like I said, I kind of was feeling like my groups and my setups for things. I was going to change the way that my legendaries were set up anyway, so that they were specific to what I was going to change my entire legendary groups. It's not easy to explain why, but I was going to change my entire legendary groups. So that I was going to do anyway. The fact that I'm going to have to do all my 168 groups again is a bit gross, but it shouldn't take me too long. Let's teach Trade School Master then everything I know with enchanting. There you go. Know all the stuff. Have fun with that one. Oh, I'm going to have to do this on multiple realms as well. Okay. Okay. My concern is when it goes from beta to alpha. When it goes from beta to live, I'm going to have to do this whole thing again. But I mean, that shouldn't be the case. Now it should know at the very least. Oh, now it's just broken. Now it's just broken. I can't list a report because I have no idea what I did, because I don't think I did anything. Can your pre-coffee brain try to explain why you were going to change your groups again? Well, basically, because I have I've been using for legendaries a really complicated long ass custom price source to basically replicate TSM crafting. If you look at this here, these are my, and I'll show you the cloth one. In fact, I'll show you the jewel crafting one because it's a little bit easier. Although they're all a bit crazy. I've been using some really ridiculously long custom price sources to work out the price of all of the legendaries. This I kind of knew was going to get...
You just lost $5.
Boom! Cat Meow Cat, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. This was going to be broken with the new version of TSM anyway, so I knew I was going to have to change this. Not to mention...
Lost $5.
Oh, boys and girls with the primes all over the place. Thank you, thank you. This was going to be broken, and this was going to need to be changed anyway. And this was what all my operations were based on. What does that new sound effect even say? It says you just lost $5. The fact that I probably spoke over it didn't help, but yeah, because I knew this was going to have to change, and it meant that I was going to have to rejig all of my groups for legendaries anyway. So I knew it was coming for legendaries, but I looked at a few of your vids on YouTube. Haven't been able to make any money flipping. I don't know how to do it. I'm too impatient. Flipping is an opportunistic way to make gold. in terms of that you can't get good at flipping until you really understand the prices of things on your realm and what affects their prices. Flipping is one of those things that anybody can theoretically do it, but it takes a long time to get good at doing it, unless you just, accidentally hit the jackpot one day. I would recommend, keep your flipping adventures relatively small. Don't waste too much gold on buying things with the intention of doing nothing but flipping it, because trust me when I say 30-40% of the time when you flip things, it probably won't work. So be aware of that for sure. Look on the Undermined Journal for info on things when they're cheap to buy, high sell. Yeah, there are resources that you can use to sort of educate yourself a bit faster. But the one thing I suggest when people get into flipping, in any way, shape or form, is don't buy anything for a week. Like when you first start flipping, don't buy anything for a week. Just look and watch what's happening. So you want to use your default WoW interface. You want to probably look at materials to start with, because materials are where there's going to be the highest volume of items being traded, meaning there are always small opportunities available. But don't do anything for a week. Just look at your auction house, look at what the prices are today, and compare them to what the prices were yesterday, and then try and remember them and compare the prices to what they are tomorrow. And you'll start to see trends happen. You'll start to see some things. Well, why is Desolate Leather always 2 gold 70 on my realm? Why is it always that price? And you'll start to learn things about different materials. So then you know that, well, actually, when Desolate Leather goes below 2 gold 50, if it's below 2 gold 50 at any point, it's a good time to buy some of it. But if it goes above 3 gold, you probably want to steer clear of it completely. This is information that you'll learn slowly but surely the more you do it. But yeah, flipping's one of those things that at a fundamental level is really easy, right? You buy shit and you sell it for more. But the nuances in it are going to be different on every single realm. So take time. Know the prices, and only buy things when you know they are really cheap and you know that you can sell them for more. Plus, have a backup plan. That's one thing that never gets spoken about when it comes to flipping. Have a backup plan. If you're going to look at flipping materials, make sure you also have a profession that can utilize those materials, so that if you buy a whole bunch of lacerite ore and you don't have much luck selling it back for more than what you bought it for, at least know that, well, I can take that lacerite ore and either give it to my blacksmith or I can give it to my jewel crafter, and I can still do something with it. That way you kind of almost can't lose. So, yeah, there we go. Good night, also known as time to craft 2,500 Shadowghast ingots. Yeah, that time happens pretty regularly. Sadly, it's on my WoW 1, so I can't even Facebook game. I can Facebook game. We're going to do some Facebook gaming. We've got 3 characters to quickly Facebook game on. We'll do the fixing of Trade Skill Master in a while. I didn't realise that it was going to be such a job to get up and running with Trade Skill Master again today. So let's bash out these Facebook gaming sessions real quick. We've got 3 characters to press a couple of buttons on. Then I think we'll probably jump into the WoW Economy subreddit report. It's not the WoW Economy subreddit report, but you know what I mean. Samadan's thing he puts together for us. I can never remember the bloody name of it. Too many words. And then we'll take a little bit of a deeper dive at TSM later on. The Wowhead blog post, that's the one. That is the one. Alright, come on game, let's go. Go now. Doing the same with Enchanted Lightless Silk. Yeah, my days, Enchanted Lightless Silk. I'm going to have to make sure, well, assuming I have enough enough liquid gold to be able to do this. Before 9.1 turns up, I want like 25,000 enchanted lightless silk just kicking about ready, because the amount of time you have to waste just standing there crafting the goddamn stuff. I mean, I would buy it off the auction house if it was ever at a reasonable price, but it never is, so. The Trade School Master subreddit Wowhead Goldmaking Weekly Report. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, just put all of the words in a sentence. That one. Right, let's, oh, we're still, okay. Half our fellas are not here. We've only got 7 dudes ready to play game. Okay. Well, maybe we can bash out some of these low-level anima missions then? Surely. Well, that was easy. Oh, what about... Oh, no, it's a level 37 mission. We can... These 37 missions are gross. I have no idea why these level 37 missions are so difficult. You need, like, level 60 characters to complete these. It's absolutely ridiculous. Nope. Of course not. Of course not. Do we just let them be? I can't have 4 dudes not doing anything. 1200 experience. I would like a short-ish mission. The only shortish mission is either the campaign or this one. Well, in that case then, let's just go full hog into this one. Go on. Go on, you can do it. No, of course you can't. In that case then, the next closest one is going to be this one. Oh, Jesus. Kyrian are useless. Oh, crikey. I might just zerg them. I might just zerg them all in. In fact, they all get a level up. So I'm going to zerg them all into this and just allow the hero meat cache. They'll all get a level up. They'll be fine. Kyrian troops are poop. Yep. Grammar doesn't work on a pre-Redborn brain. Doomed missions for the win. Doomed missions are a really cheeky way to get some bonus experience. If you can guarantee that the companions you send on them level up, then it's like GG, can't lose. Anybody follow E3? Any exciting new games announced? I didn't get a chance to look at anything E3 related. Want to play 2042 so bad? I'll have a look at that trailer at some point, because I do like myself the Battlefield games, not going to lie. I don't play many FPS games, but I do quite like the Battlefield games. Lost love for Call of Duty and stuff many years ago, but the Battlefield games I tend to enjoy. Significant issue is going to be PC's performance though, nowadays. They've been the same thing for the last 5 years. I mean, yeah, it's a common thing to look at an FPS and go, well, you know, been there, done that. But I'm not sure what it is about the Battlefield games. Like I said, I don't particularly like all of the first-person shoot-'em-up games, but Battlefield usually grabs my attention at least. Big old bonus XP mission. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys can complete that, right? Yes, easy game. Anima missions, that one. Victory could not be guaranteed. Is this a level 37 mission? This is a level 37 anima mission, isn't it? God damn, even Night Fae. can't power their way through these. Nope, not today. Any anima mission that's... Wow. The only 2 anima missions I have, both level 37. Oh dear, oh dear. TSM 411 still doesn't recognise posted auctions as stock and tells you to go buy more instead of cancelling your own. I've not got that far into it, but that also probably wouldn't surprise me, yeah. TSM considers things that you've listed as sold until you basically tell it otherwise. It will add it back to your stock, you know, if the auction expires. Right, well I guess we're not getting any anima missions then. Let's see if we can just... Any big experience? Something 1200 experience. That'll do. Insufficient anima? Whoa, 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 what's going on here? Oh, not only insufficient anima, insufficient bag space. Holy smoke. Let's fix this situation real quick. Where's me mailbox at? Mailbox is up here. There's a skin in cash. Got bags for days, that's why. All the free materials, look. I'll watch that trailer in a minute. Let me just get this smashed out. I assume you've linked me the trailer anyway. Right, is that all of the chests? No, hang on, there's more here. Heroes meet cash. I think that's all of them. There we go, that freed up a bit of space, didn't it? I have a bank tab called Bags for Days. Really? Let's go hand in our anima tokeny things. So there's a few of those in our bags. Not as many of them as I'd like though, unfortunately. Do you have an add-on for the follower missions? Yeah, it's called Venture Plan. Venture Plan. Hang on. There's a command for that nowadays. There we go. Aha, Vallegro got there before me. Now we need some big experience missions. Wow, okay. Not only does it give 900 experience, it also gives us an upgrade. Well, go on then. Two dudes left. Can we get some... can these fellas get us some augment runes, maybe? Go on. Yeah, we added a command for Venture Plan a couple of days ago since it was easily one of the most asked questions. Let's check this. Let's check this. Where somebody linked me the... Which one is it? There we go. There we go. Battlefield 2042 official reveal trailer. Here we go. Let's turn off the tunes. You guys are probably all going to now start complaining that you can't hear this. Please hold. Whoa, that's loud. Okay, now relax. Right then, is this going to be any good? Let's find out. Cinematics are cool, but okay, this already looks pretty cool. What I would like to point out is, yeah, when they show things that's not actual gameplay, that's great and all, but there's a significant problem with that. Anybody can CGI anything nowadays. So, yeah, does this actually go as far as to show some gameplay, or is it just a cinematic? Well, I'll give it another minute, and if it's just cinematic, then we'll think about it. This is just a cinematic, okay. Have we got one that might actually have some gameplay? Because watching cinematics is cool, but it makes it feel like it's just, you know, it's a Hollywood film. Vallegro's link, which is... I almost clicked on Towel Long Yak then. I genuinely can't find it. Oh, hang on, here we go. Is it this one? That's pretty cool.
Attention all squads. The Russian troops are falling back. Do whatever you can to secure the sectors.
I'm liking the look of this already.
We pushed them back, but not far enough. Do not let them regroup.
Vehicle combat! God, please knock down the whole crane. We need destructible environments again. Destructible environments are cool. My poor graphics card is melting just thinking about playing this game. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Yeah, all of this, all of this smoke. Oh my days. But good old vehicle combat again. If we can get planes, helicopters, choppers, tanks, the whole shenanigans. Yes, please. C4 buggies. Let's not forget C4 buggies. Yes, yes, yes. This is looking really good. Okay, right. Time to buy a 3090, methinks. Anything less than a 3090. C4 buggies! See? Told ya! Parachute, go on. Parachute and, you know, parachute, C4 on the plane. Yeah, see, this is wonderful, right? This is wonderful, apart from playing this in 4 FPS. may not be so perfect. I think it's going to be new PC time before playing this one. Has to be 3090s, though. They're the only ones you can SLI. Well, there we go. Couple of 3090s, bang, GG. Yo, check out the rocket! Well then. Well. The hype is real on that one. But yes, I can safely say that my release date, 2042, yeah. Coming in 15 years. It's, yeah. I think my PC is going to cry just thinking about playing that thing. Which will, So the teal orange is going to be the new blue and orange? I don't know, maybe. But that was pretty cool. I like that. We'll get on board with that. Right, that is very likely to get my VOD copyrighted later today, but hey, we'll see. Welcome all goblins to another Battlefield 2042 stream. Yeah. It will probably be played casually in the background, maybe a stream or two. It won't become a thing. So, cinematic trailer got me hyped, but I didn't want to watch this because I knew I'd be disappointed. I don't know. Looks pretty cool to me. Now I need to fix my audio so I don't blow my eardrums every time I do something. Right, there we go. Let's get last character to do some Facebook gaming on. Last character for Facebook gaming. Then we'll do the Wowhead post. Let's put some tunes back on. Yeah, the frustration for me is that those, even though it's gameplay footage, you know it's been like post-rendered to like 7 levels of cinematic craziness, meaning that regardless of the, you know, PC setup you guys have, you'll probably never get it looking that clean. But do you do the Facebook game on all your 60s or only some of them? Preferably, I would do it on all of them, but of course, there's a few hours of gameplay to get it set up in terms of collecting all your followers and stuff, which means I'm a bit lazy right now. I haven't actually got it set up on all of my characters, but I've got it up and running pretty much 100% on 4 dudes, which is enough for now. I've got how many level 60s have I got now? I've got 5 on Sylvan. I think I've got 7 level 60s, so I really should get a few more up and running, but you can see 17 companions is what you need to get up and running, really. I'm enjoying the setup I have on 7. 3 more that you're working on. It's one of those things that the sooner you get going with it, the sooner you'll really start being able to take advantage. Because I'm not going to lie, because it's so heavily time gated, you press 1 button every 4 hours, that it can easily take a month or 2 for your companions to level up to the point where they're like really strong. So there's no substitute for just getting on with it like early days. No bonus XP missions. Rip Venthia. Can we complete the campaign? Nope. Not with these dudes, at least. In that case, anima missions, big old anima mission. Let's get you on there. Hang on. Why have we got some dudes level 23? We've got, for some reason on Venthyr, we've got a huge disparity between our lowest and our highest level dude, which we need to fix. Wow. Plus these dudes. Hang on, is this a 37? Oh, is this another one of those stupid level 37 missions? Oh no, that's a level 29 mission. Alright, okay. Hang on, let's start again. Doomed missions for the win? Yeah. Not on the campaign mission though. Dooming the campaign mission, not so smart. Yeah, 37 mission. This one's going to be a pain. We're going to ignore that one. Big experience. 1200 experience. That's what we're talking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you guys do it? No. Take the lowest one out. Take the lowest one out and keep adding until they can do it. There we go. Where was that 900? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. That'll do. 3 fellas left. Something worthwhile for 3 fellas. Not a lot here, really, is there? Either a 400 one that's only 30 anima. That'll do. Go, go, gadget. We've left ourselves 8 anima. Oops. Let's quickly open back. Oh, we've got. See, we're now actually getting to the point where we're getting. We've now got 3 out of 3 of some of these companions. I should probably look at selling these pets as well. You know. Are these pets worth anything, or are they just, you know, basically disposable because they are, you know, mission table and everybody gets them? Pet journal. What's this fella called? Animite. Most of them are crap. Some of them are like 3k. Okay, I can't even cage them up on this realm anyway. Let's just open the open any bags then. Oh, we got a mount. Haha! Didn't even know that. Cheeky mount. Go on then. Don't mind if I do. Running out of anima, so let's go hand in our anima real quick. No, 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 no. You're the fella we talked to. Deposit stuff. How much stuff have we got deposit? 700. Need to go out and kill some things, I think. Shh, do not give him bad ideas. Yeah, maybe we should save them for Torghast. That's a very sensible idea, actually. Right, that dude's done, though. Oh, yeah, can't do auctions yet, because, you know, stupid TSM. Alright, well, I guess then. I guess it's time for the WoW Economy subreddit report thingy, Wowhead blog, whatever you want to call it, doodah. Alright, let's, turn that down so it literally is background music. This one. Where's it gone then? Where's it gone? In fact, before I do this, I'm going to go get a drink. Back in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Man, this morning wine. No, it's called blackcurrant juice. It's not morning wine. The year is 2025 and Manthia still doesn't know the name of the weekly wrap-up. Yep. True that. Okay, where are we at then? So, time for, if I can find it. Here we go. Now, can you guys see this neatly and tidily on screen? You can. Good. So then, boys and girls, time for the WoW Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. This is episode, 181 now? Damn, this has been going on for some time. We go through this once every week. We go through this on Monday. Samadan puts this together for us on a Sunday and it goes up on Wowhead. The link for this, if you're watching it later on the YouTubes, will be in the description so you can check it out yourself. If you're watching here live, feel free to drop your questions in the chat and I'll get through to them as and when they're relevant. But let's dive straight into it. Let's see what we're talking about this week for the WoW Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. We have ourselves the Burning Crusade Classic Auction House Throttle, some Korthite Crystal costs, some alts, and setting up passive income, and then some further reading. So a little bit of a lighter week by the looks of things. Burning Crusade still being a hot topic of conversation. Lots of people are out playing TBC, doing their auction housey goblin stuff, and yeah, there's some interesting things happening for sure. With the popularity of the Burning Crusade Classic, lots of players are playing on lots of servers, and whilst layering is an elegant solution to relieve stress and bottlenecks on the server, that's not necessarily applying so much to the auction house. Layering can simply not help. Layering cannot help sheer the number of searches, posts, purchases that occur at any given time. And the auction house is becoming painfully slow on some realms for people playing Classic right now. So, my God, it really must suck to be the developer that's been working on the auction house for Blizzard for so many years to kind of, bring it up to 21st century to then only release it back into Classic exactly as it was 15 years ago with all of the issues that... and the same developer's probably going to have to go back in and fix it again. That's gross, isn't it? But let's see what Blizzard have been doing to address this issue, because the auction house has genuinely been grinding to a halt on Classic from what I've been hearing. So what are they trying to do? Implemented setting changes intended to lower the time it takes to search the auction house. Players who list, bid, buy out or cancel a very large number of auctions now may incur a delay between some consecutive actions. So, the solution that Blizzard have put in place is similar to that has been in retail for a while now. There is the auction house throttle. In retail, it usually kicks in at about 60 actions. Those actions could be a multitude of things. That action could be listing an item. That action could be cancelling an item. And your auction house limit or throttle does sort of replenish itself if you just wait. But this can, yes, mean that people that are using things like Tradescore Master to relatively effectively post, cancel, buy things on the auction house are now finding a significant delay between each consecutive action. Very much similar to how it works on retail, and this has caused some frustrations for people for sure. The throttle on usage is a huge limiting factor for those that like to play the auction house, and it's a similar fix, quote unquote fix, that happened in retail before the large auction house changes with commodities. There's been a suggestion that the new auction house from retail will be implemented into Classic. That would be like introducing leveling, scaling to leveling. It completely undermines the nature and appeal of the Classic auction house versus the retail experience. There are some key differences on the Classic auction house. In Classic, the first and last page system is integral in searching for early late bid bargains. The price of your bid and or buyout is important when making auctions attractive to get noticed. You have the choice who and what stack size to list things in. Now, whilst implementing just the retail version of the auction house for Classic seems like the most sensible approach, I can understand why people are annoyed. But usability for most really needs to come before the usability for a few, right? The auction house should primarily work smoothly for 99% of the people trying to use it. Those 1% of people that are arguably clogging up the auction house, I don't think they should take preference. If it means bringing the 21st century auction house to Classic, I think, in my opinion, it was probably a good way of dealing with it. They fixed it on retail for a reason, right? They fixed it on retail because it wasn't working as intended, to only implement the exact same auction house that they know this was. There's definitely the argument that they knew that this was going to happen and they could have done something to fix it before it happened, but sounds like they just need to finally fix the back end of it anyway. I have no clue how the development of these things work behind the scenes. I don't try to even claim that I have any idea what's going on. But what I would say is that Blizzard would have absolutely known this was going to happen, and is probably something that they should have, generated a solution for before the game went live. Yeah, it seems a bit of an odd one that they're now like trying to. It's almost like they tried to get away without doing it, on the hope that there just wouldn't be as many people using it in this fashion, but seems odd. Billis Anixia, though, put a post on the WoW forum and on his Twitter about the issue. We'll quickly go over the TLDR. Instead of throttling the auction house or introducing the retail system, please allow add-ons to request data for more than 50 auctions at a time. If somebody searches for netherweave cloth, they'd only need one search request instead of one for every 50 netherweave cloth auctions. This would dramatically reduce the stress on the auction house. You can think of the current system on the auction house as getting DDoSed with search requests. This would change. This change would fix that. This has been something that's been talked about a lot. Of just there's a lot of limitations that add-ons have when it comes to using things like the auction house, and I would imagine it's Blizzard's way of keeping the add-ons from getting too powerful. But I do agree that if it's at a point where they're limiting the results that you can get for every single request that an add-on makes, so the add-on is then having to just make 10 times more requests to get the information it needs, which in turn is slowing the system down for everybody, then maybe it is something that needs to be fixed for sure. The reason the auction house is as slow as it is on Hypop Realms is that there's simply too many players. Layering allowed Blizzard to have more players on one realm, but that does not apply to the auction house, and then the auction house became the bottleneck. That's also very true. Layering has given people like multiple times more players on a single server than there was back in the days, for sure. This is what Sapu said about it yesterday. I think that's coming down below. I think there's a quote from Sapu here, which we'll get to in a minute. Twice the number of players doesn't necessarily mean twice the numbers of searches, since the number of auctions each player has to search through also then doubles. The number of search requests then quadruples. Yeah, this is an exponentially increasing issue, rather than it just being like a default, if twice as many people are playing, then the auction house might be half as slow. No, because the auction house is then, if there's twice as many people playing, the auction house is going to have significantly more stuff on it 10 times more transactions will then be happening. Yeah, it's not surprising this has become a bit of an issue. There's a much better approach though, and I'm not sure why nobody is talking about this. Allow add-ons to request data on all the auctions matching the search filters all at once, instead of splitting it into chunks of 50. So right now, let's say there are 789 auctions for Netherweave cloth, and somebody searches the auction house using an auction house add-on, or even manually. The auction house gets bombarded with 16 search requests because you have to flip through 16 pages of auctions. Well, this is primarily the reason I think why they changed it for the current retail system, right? The default auction house now doesn't do that, but add-ons are still restricted to doing that. Thing about Billis's request is that it's a common technique called paging, which we use to deliver manageable numbers of results. Otherwise, you're often trying to push just too much data in one go and you crash the client. Okay. So, yeah, there's always two sides to every story then, isn't there? If auction house add-ons could simply request all of the information with one search request, this would make things much faster and dramatically reduce the stress on the servers. But then I guess you're offloading that stress onto the client rather than the server. Yeah. While this is one search would be bigger than each of the smaller 16 searches, it would be much faster and probably smaller than the sum of the 16 searches combined, saving a lot of overhead for the servers. A while ago, I believe it was during BFA, Blizzard actually introduced a bug where adding the usable filter to a search did just this. When you added usable to the search, the auction house would return all results at once instead of splitting it into chunks of 50. Oh dear, oh dear. This made things so much faster. It was so good that add-ons like TSM even incorporated it into their code wherever possible. They'll add the usable to speed up searches, and it sped things up considerably until the bug was fixed. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. There's this clash of heads, right, between what Blizzard allow add-ons to do and what add-ons could potentially... I kind of understand why Blizzard don't let add-ons just have full reign, because you know full well the add-ons would get so complex and would become so sophisticated. Blizzard want to make it... Blizzard don't want the game... They don't want any one single add-on to become mandatory. And when add-ons get too powerful, they become mandatory. I mean, you can kind of almost say that Trade Skill Master, from a Goblin perspective, is almost a mandatory add-on now anyway, because of what it does. But I kind of also understand it from the point of view that Blizzard want you to be able to fully utilize the game just kind of the way that it is. DBM is mandatory. Good luck getting into a raiding guild without it. That's a similar thing. It's a similar thing, but we're not going to go down that rabbit hole for now. I think the issue is that if Blizzard allowed, you know, auction house based add-ons to just get all of the information they needed whenever they wanted to, it would just become that the add-on would just become a little bit too powerful, and I think that's probably what Blizzard are trying to, you know, kind of hold back on. There's a totally different discussion to be had, I think, at some point, to like whether auction house add-ons are just too powerful already. That they're able to supersede what anybody is able to even potentially achieve without that said add-on. So, it's interesting. I don't know what the overall fix for this would be. I know I see it from both sides that just implementing the retail version of the auction house to classic does, in a fashion, change the old system, and it's a hashtag no changes thing again, right? But the usability of the game for the many seem or should be preferential, right? And if it means that introducing 2021's auction house to classic, so that it's, you know, relatively speedy for everybody involved, I think would be a huge benefit overall. Even if some of the, you know, die-hard classic fans are a bit annoyed that, you know, pretty stacking will go away and that sort of stuff. But yeah, maybe it's for the great good. I'm not sure. Sapu, though, the lead developer of TSM, also had some input to this. Throttling the auction house is a terrible solution. Once again, Blizzard would rather degrade some users' experience than actually work with add-on developers, who they directly blamed for past issues on retail, to actually fix the problem. Yeah, there we go. This kind of this explains it well, doesn't it? There's that kind of clashing of heads between add-on developers and Blizzard themselves. Blizzard want to obviously allow add-ons to be a thing, but they, at the same time, they don't want the add-ons to become too powerful, and so they implement things like throttling to the system to make it so that, you know, there's not that much of a huge difference between using the default UI and using an add-on. Blizzard going to do their own TSM when? I don't think they ever will. It's not really in their interest to. The default auction house is, ironically nowadays, there are lots of things the default auction house is significantly better than add-ons for. Searching and buying materials, for example, the default auction house, because there's not this limitation, if you go to the auction house right now, you can search for any single material and you will instantly get the information you need. Like, I just opened the auction house and instantly all of this information was here and it was all accurate. And this is a list of 25 items. If I tried to do the same search on TSM, it would have to ping a request for every single item before it got the information back. So the system is there as far as Blizzard are concerned. But there's definitely a restriction on add-ons to how fast and how optimal that they can operate. And yes, it is causing a bit of a clash of heads between some of the developers of these add-ons for sure. The only reason the default UI is better right now is because they don't have the limitations that they put on the add-ons. But yeah, that's it. Like, the add-ons are somewhat deliberately limited, I think, to prevent them from getting overly powerful, I would imagine is the official Blizzard stance on it behind the scenes. Final thoughts on this one though. We do hope that Blizzard keeps up communication channels and we can come up with a solution that works for all. Adding the retail version of the auction house, even if it were possible, would take away a huge part of the appeal of classic auction house play. It would. I don't disagree. Pretty stacking and stuff is nice, but let's be real. If it fundamentally doesn't work, if it just clogs up the auction house, if that system with so many auctions and so many players just fundamentally doesn't work, then I don't believe it should be left as an option. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Sapu said this yesterday in a Discord. Hang on, let me view it off screen before. There were tons of things they could do and their engineers were on board with making those sort of changes after 8.3. Just management wasn't. I also agree that putting the retail auction house would be bad. Yeah, there's yeah, like I said, there's a very distinct clash of heads between the add-on developers and the Blizzard devs themselves, and the problem is that the true line will never actually become public because like I said, the matter of the fact is they probably don't want Trade Skill Master getting too powerful, and they probably already consider Trade Skill Master to be powerful enough. And so if you have to use yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not collating my thoughts properly on this one, but overall, regarding putting the retail auction house into Classic, I would go as far as to say that, well, if it makes the auction house a better experience for 90% of the players, there's no reason not to do it. Even if you annoy 10% of the player base. It is for the greater good. And add-ons just have to live within the realms of what Blizzard allow, because they are in essence sat on top of, you know, Blizzard's IP, which is a bit gross. But Peggle got too big and banned going into Cataclysm. TSM is going to go I don't think so. I don't think so. Peggle, ironically, actually got built into the game. Jewel crafters can craft it now. Was that Peggle? I can't remember. Anyway, next topic of conversation: the Korthite crystal costs. This is a big. This is something that's relatively big, and I'm really hoping we see additional changes to this before 9.1 goes live. So, for those who are not caught up, as of the last PTR update, they rebalanced the material requirements to make the Vestige of Origins. So Vestige of Origins is the optional reagent that is used for legendaries. So consider it like your crafter's marks, but for legendaries. Now, the crafting cost of these is pretty redonkulous for some professions. Tailoring, for example, considering tailoring doesn't have a large pool of materials to pull from, there's just 2 pieces of cloth and then you're relying on vendor materials. They've had to very heavily stack the amount of lightless silk, shrouded cloth and penumbra thread needed to make one of these, to make it balance the cost across the board. Yeah, tailors are a little, like, people are starting to panic buy lightless silk at the moment. I'll talk about why that's a bad idea in a minute, but the one thing to note is actually the Korthite crystals. Korthite crystals is the only, to my knowledge, the only new material coming in patch 9.1. It is a legendary material that you get by, there's a few different ways to get it. Daily quests out on Korthia is the primary way to get it. If you're really lucky, you can get it from the weekly chest. In Korthia, if you're really lucky, you can also pull them from some of the treasures that are located around Korthia as well. So there are ways and means of getting access to some of these, but we need a lot of them to make every single legendary. As you can see, every profession needs 40 of them to get up to craft just a single optional reagent to make a single rank 5 or rank 6 legendary. This is a lot. And in relation to how many of them that it's possible to actually acquire, it's kind of, in my opinion, quite high. Now, goblins are probably not going to be too concerned about this, because the higher the quantity, the higher the price of them, the rarer they will be, and the more potential profit there is for those that endeavour to craft these rank 5 and 6 legendaries. But there are some growing concerns that 40 is just too much. Too much. But let's see what a few people had to say about this in detail. So, I think that tailoring being higher is an effort to fix costs. Blacksmiths and leather workers were always more expensive than tailoring Legos on my server. In fact, tailoring anything on my server is worth about nothing. This is kind of true. This is going to come as a bit of a shock to cloth wearers in patch 9.1 if it stays the same, because what it is kind of doing is normalizing the cost of rank 5s and rank 6s across the professions. The lion's share, the majority of the crafting cost for rank 5s and rank 6s is not going to be the base materials, it's going to be these. It's going to be these Korthite crystals, which when cloth wearers, leather wearers, mail wearers, plate wearers, they're all going to have to pay this 40 Korthite crystal cost for every single legendary. It's going to be really weird, right? Because you'll have rank 4 tailoring legendaries right now. Your rank 4 tailoring legendary, you can probably pick it up for like 10k gold on most realms. Rank 4 tailoring legendaries are relatively cheap. certainly in comparison to, say, a rank 4 unbride helm. So leatherworkers, or sorry, anybody that wears leather or anybody that wears mail is kind of used to relatively high legendary prices now. Cloth wearers have had the luck of the draw in patch 9.0 that their legendaries have been significantly cheaper by a factor of like multiples. But coming into patch 9.1, if the majority of the crafting cost of rank 5 and 6 is going to come from these, with all of them needing 40 crystals, it basically means anybody is going to be paying roughly the same price for their rank 5 and their rank 6. What that price will end up being, though, is a bit subjective, because, of course, until the game goes live, we don't know what the economy is going to sort of price these at. But speculations already is that each Korthite crystal is going to be worth a lot the first few weeks. We're talking easy 10k gold in some cases the first couple of weeks for each individual Korthite crystal, which could be crazy. Jack the Dipper made a post on this talking about what it might mean for players and sellers alike, so let's take a quick flick through this. The Korthite crystal is an item that can be obtained in Korthia by doing some dailies. You can get it by finding treasures, you can also get it by killing rares and even the weekly quest. These ways to obtain Korthite crystals aren't even 100% guaranteed. That is true. There is no guaranteed way of getting any of these. There's RNG involved in all of those aspects. It means that the Korthite crystal could be very hard to obtain, or more importantly, super expensive to buy on the auction house. These costs will then be calculated into the rank 5s and 6, and I'm not sure if the casual or even hardcore player will be happy about this situation. This is true. There's not really any category of player that is kind of happy about this. Like relatively casual players that aren't trying to they're not going for their BIS gear, they're not trying to min max, but they just kind of, they want to play the game, they want to get their legendary, but they equally don't want to be spending 400,000 gold on their legendary again. Are basically priced out of the game to begin with. And they're priced out of the game to begin with because the people that really do need their rank 5 or even rank 6 legendary as soon as possible, because they play in a competitive environment, whether it be raiding, Mythic Plus, PvP, those guys are going to have to pay a huge premium the first couple of weeks to get their hands on enough Korthite crystals. They themselves aren't going to be buying the Korthite crystals, but they're like, the price will only be passed on. The crafters are the ones that are going to be buying the Korthite crystals, but of course, whatever cost the crafters spend on buying the Korthite crystals is going to be integrated to the final selling price of the legendary for sure. So the price just gets passed on through the crafter. But so there's not really anybody that's happy about this. Farmers will have the most benefit from the system if they happen to have a couple of alts that can do the new content. They will have a better chance of gaining one or more Korthite crystals every single day. However, nobody can craft the rank 5s in the first week because the Vestige of Origin, the pattern to pick this up, is both reputation and renown gated. So you'll need to become honoured with a Death's Advance to get the recipe, and you also need to have obtained renown 44 to complete the quest line that unlocks this in the first place. So it's only going to be possible in week 2 of Shadowlands to even craft these. That means the first week the Korthite crystals will be saved or posted on the auction house. It's going to be really interesting. The very first week of 9.1 is going to be really interesting. The fact that these things are sort of rare, people have already got a sniff of kind of what value they're going to be at, but those first 7 days, people will be able to gather them, people will be able to sell them, people will be able to buy them, but nobody will be able to actually do anything with them. Which means people might be able to, plan ahead and like squirrel them away and stockpile them a little bit, but it's a gamble, right? If you're a crafter out there, it's a real gamble buying these in the first week. Because do you buy them in the first week let's say they sell for 10,000 gold. Do you buy them in the first week when they're 10,000 gold, hoping that next week when everybody starts crafting them, the rarity of them will push the price to 20,000 gold a piece and you've now got yourself a good deal? Or the other side is, do you buy them for 10,000 gold in the first week because you think they're cheap, but actually so many people went out and farmed them on their alts and tried to sell them that the week after they dropped to only 5k gold and you've overspent for them? It's going to be really difficult. It's going to be really difficult from a crafter's perspective to, like, do you buy these things in the first week? I'm probably going to farm the living crap out of them on as many characters as I can in the first week, stockpile them, and then see what happens when I see what happens in week 2 when people start crafting these. I would like to make sure that I've got enough of them to at least, you know, dip my toe in the water. But there's no way there's going to be enough supply of these Quartzite crystals. Absolutely no way there's going to be enough supply to meet the demand of the legendaries, which will in turn mean that they'll be expensive, and it will in turn mean that rank 5s are just going to be stupidly expensive the first couple of weeks on almost every realm. I don't want to make one at the cost of 400k to then have the price fall down. That's it. It's a huge gamble. You're gambling everything on the value of one material. Everything is going to be balanced on the cost of this one material. It basically means the rest of the material cost for crafting the legendaries is... it doesn't really matter. It genuinely doesn't really matter. 90% of the cost of crafting a rank 5 is going to be in these 40 Quartzite crystals. At least for the first couple of weeks. If it stays the way that it is. I'm really hoping that Blizzard either listen to what people have to say about this and drop the number that is needed from 40 down to... I mean, you could technically cut it in half. And they would still be rare and they'd still be expensive. It doesn't fix the problem, but it, you know, softens the blow. Alternatively, I really hope that Blizzard just increase the quantity of them that you're able to acquire. Right now, the random nature of maybe you get one from your dailies, maybe you don't, and at best you might get one for completing a daily. They're just too rare at the moment. Like I said, personally, I don't mind. If they're stupidly expensive, it just means that a true goblin is going to be able to take advantage of that and squeeze even more profit out. But it's not good for the overall player base. If 9.1 lands and rank 5 legendaries are listed on the auction house for 500,000 gold a piece, that's not good for anybody. It's good for the one person that's selling that legendary, but it's not good for the game generally. Rank 5, like because you could have spent some serious gold getting your rank 4 legendary in the first place, especially if you did it early in patch 9.0. To have to spend that same amount of, like, people just won't do it. If they're too expensive, people won't buy them. It might theoretically detract from the value of the rank 5 completely. People might just sit with their rank 4. 40 is just a placeholder. I'm almost 100% about it. I don't think they are. The concern is these are the rebalanced numbers. They started off being only 1 for most of the professions and 20 for blacksmithing, and then last week they changed them to these. So you don't rebalance something to a new placeholder number. That doesn't make any sense. I believe that Legendaries is Blizzard's way of gold sinking in Shadowlands, since we haven't seen anything like a super expensive 2 mil Spider or Longboy. To a degree, I think I agree with... Yeah, I think I agree with you for the most part. Any transaction on the auction house takes 5% of that value. So if you sell a base legendary item for 500,000 gold on the auction house, 5% of that value, which is what, like 25,000 gold, just poof, disappears out of the game instantly. The auction house is the #1 gold sink in the game by far. It's subtle and most people don't realise it, but the bigger the transaction values on the auction house, the more gold leaves the game. Because it's all based on that 5%. So arboreal shards in patch 9.1 have... arboreal shards in general have been a massive gold sink. And I think Blizzard might use super high value items to remove more gold from the game even. But yeah, it's a bit of a concern to what might happen. If you want to like a little bit more of a deeper dive into it, I did put a video together a few days ago. I created this video from the mindset of not a goblin, but from, you know, just General Joe that's looking at what legendaries are going to be. So yeah, if you're just a regular player to the game, then you probably want to start saving some of your gold if you want a rank 5 or 6 legendary early days, because they are going to be expensive. Without question, they're going to be expensive. So feel free to watch the video if you want a little bit of a deeper dive into that. But alt armies are going to probably do very well the first couple of weeks. That's pretty much what I can say for certain. That if you have a few characters that you can run through Korthia, couple of level 60s running through there every day, you should get a couple of these Korthite crystals every day. The likelihood is that they will sell for a fair amount on the auction house pretty easily. But anyway, next topic of conversation then, alts and setting up some passive income. Guy on the Reddit poses an interesting topic, as so many people have been leveling alts during the downtime between patches. So the guy says, I have like 10 level 50 alts and 4 level 60s on retail. All of them have got tier 3 garrisons and maxed out legion tables. I will also level more level 50s most likely. Side quest, what's the best expansion? Blah, 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 blah. I'm wondering what low effort activities could be best used to grab some quote unquote free gold. Here are some thoughts. Shadowlands table, Shadowlands callings, Shadowlands call to arms of some effort, only available for level 60s though. Camping rares or old raid farming. So this was this got quite a lot of traction on the subreddit. That people, there's lots of people out there in a similar position, right? They've got a whole bunch of alts that are mostly sat at level 50 because of BFA, and they're trying to put them to at least some good use. And by no surprise, very quickly the one that got focused on was the Shadowlands table. The mission table, once you can get it to become at least anima neutral, maybe even anima positive, can give you some absolutely ludicrous results. But of course that is a level 60 thing. At level 50, there's not a huge amount of things that you can do with your alts. But I'm also weird, I mean, I know this is a bit of a hot take, but I'm kind of the opinion that the way the game is created nowadays is that I don't think your level 50 alts should be able to make a lot of gold, because it's, you know, it's not the current content. I think the majority of the opportunities should be at level 60, because that's where the current game is, you know, it's where all of the activity is and arguably should be. But let's have a look at what we've got here. An important caveat we should mention is that the break-even point for the mission table for the anima the anima table to go from neutral to anima positive requires you to upgrade your Covenant Sanctum to all rank 2s and then eventually all rank 3s. At all rank 2s, the anima table is already anima positive. Getting it to all rank 3s is a massive anima investment and should really only be considered a bonus, really. Arguable why. I think it's sad that on content is so dead and unused. It's just a waste. It's arguably based on the fact that that's how the game is designed. I don't agree with the way the game is designed. I do agree that all of this owned content we should, yes, for sure, have some use for it. But unfortunately, that's not reality. The way the game is designed is that, you know, Shadowlands content is where everything is. Anything before that, from a Blizzard perspective, is basically dead in the water. I don't agree it should be like that, but all Shadowlands content, the way the game is designed now, that's where the opportunity should be. And we see this when it comes to, like, we see this, the fact that old raids, for example, had their reward, like the gold that they produced, they had all of that, like, just completely nerfed into the ground. Farms in Pandaria my god, that's a possibility. The Tiller's farm, I've forgotten about that thing. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that thing. And yeah, I'm bouncing around again. Let's get back on track. If you don't have enough anima to upgrade your Sanctum buildings, then you kind of have to be picky with your missions, otherwise you'll be anima starved, and you'll have to actively play your alts. It's not really actively. If we've worked it out that if you just do the world boss for your 250 anima, if you do like one of the elite world quests, the 250 anima world quest, there's 500 anima really quickly. Then if you go and do the souls in the maw, which you should probably want to keep up with anyway because it's a nice trickle of renown on your alts. By the time you cap out at 100 souls in your covenant, you then get 500 anima for completing that every week as well. Which obviously it will take you a few weeks if that alt is really an alt and just sits there and does nothing. But once you cap out your souls as well, that bonus 500 anima for like 5 minutes of work collecting 20 souls on a Wednesday is super quick and easy anima. So you can get your 1,000 anima done with almost no effort whatsoever. I mean, it's close to no effort. I wouldn't consider it, actively playing at that point. You're logging on for maybe 20 minutes a week. So, you can't argue. There's a little bit of setup. But once you've got that little bit of setup, it's easy game. It's easy game. Some other ideas, though. Other ideas include setting up alt farms for previous expansions. I have an alt army as well. The garrison herbs and ore still sell. Also collecting resources to buy cheap hides, furs in the trade house. Pandaria farm at Half Hill. Fastest way to farm Trillium ore. Professions, you got your daily cooldowns to make things like the sky golems. You do that once per day, and every 30 days you get to craft the sky golem. Legion missions are good for Blood of Sargeras, especially since actually farming Blood of Sargeras is now more complicated than it used to be. So yes, getting on board with this is probably quite wise. The Blood of Sargeras, the reason most people want to farm it is once again it goes into the making of a mount, and you need a reasonably large amount of Blood of Sargeras to make each mount. BFA missions for pet charms. Buy pets with the pet charms, cage them and then sell them. You could even do world quests for gold, e.g. in BFA there's often 15 Tempest hides, buy them for 15 gold, get a reward of 150 gold. Could almost consider it a shuffle. Yeah, there's a few ways you can use those, but they're things that are never going to make you rich, right? It's a nice little passive tick over of gold for sure. Maybe it means that you can kind of feel like you're utilizing those alts in some way, shape or form. But put a few hours into leveling them up to 60, get the mission table on the go, and eventually that will be way more profitable than I think almost any of those past things combined. And finally, don't forget about the professions though. This should always be a side hustle for you, but it's true to say that yes, past expansion professions can still bring in a lot of gold if you've got them leveled up. Even without spending a fortune on legendary levels, there is usually something to sell for 15 to 20% profit. Yeah. Even current Shadowlands professions, right? Most professions can be leveled up to max from as little as level 48. Now, there will always be some benefit to being 60 and doing some rep grinds for some things, but most of the professions can still do something from very early days. Crafter's Mark 2, for example. If you've unlocked it once on your account, Venari will sell it to anybody. In fact, in theory, that still requires you to be 60 to even speak to Venari in the first place. But even let's say item level 87 gear, which is novice Crafter's Marks. We were talking earlier a little bit the 117 gear. There's a market for it. Alchemy, for example, you can basically min-max the whole of Alchemy on a level 48 character that hasn't even stepped foot into Shadowlands, which is a bit weird, but it's true. Professions can certainly net you some solid use of those level 50 characters. For sure. And then finally, it's good to note that also remember Korthite crystals could be incredibly useful to have alt army in early 9.1. Yes, very, very true. Well, there we go then. That was the weekly economy wrap-up, episode number 181. If you want to do some further reading, you can jump onto the /r/WoW Economy subreddit. There's also the Discord server for them as well. And of course, if you want to catch up with Samadan, who's the guy that puts this together for us every week, you can catch him over on his Twitch channel, or he's linked his Twitter here as well. There we go. Do we dare read the comments? I tend not to read the comments for the purpose of the YouTube video because they trigger me. So if you're watching this live, feel free to throw your questions in chat. We'll go through them in a minute. If you're watching this at a later date on YouTube, hope you enjoyed. Remember to hit the like button on the video and subscribe if you're new around here. And I'll catch you guys as far as the YouTubes later. Peace. Please read the comments, good sir. Wowhead okay, you want me to read the comments? Fine, we'll read the comments. Let's take a little look then. Korthite crystals scare me. Needed by every goblin on the server. Obtainable by every player. It could be set too rare or too common. We just don't know until things get rolling. There's a lot of truth in that, although the current maths on it, tends to indicate that they are too rare right now. Because I can't remember who it was, but somebody worked out that probably only 8% of the player base can get their legendary in the first week. Which feels like a very small number, considering just how many people will want their legendary in the first week. If there's only materials physically available for 8% of the player base, that's not great. But I don't want to spend my time trying to talk to people. I want to spend my time playing the game. I feel like stocking up on other materials may have been a mistake, given the current dedication to the game. No, because these materials are still going to be needed. Without question, like the legendary game will still absolutely pop off. It's weird, right? This might actually. The one thing I was thinking about is that if rank 5s and rank 6s end up being ludicrously expensive in the first couple of weeks, all that means is that ranks 1 through 4 will still retain some value. Because there's a very strong likelihood that if rank 5 is 400,000 gold, yet the rank 4 is 20,000 gold, you know for a fact people will buy their rank 4 and just be happy about it until the price is fixed. If the price of the rank 5s is too high, it will put people off. It will put people off for certain. And Soul Ash is going to get thrown at you, so people will be able to craft rank 4s like they're candy. There won't be this like 4 weeks of time gating on Torghast to craft a rank 4 anymore. You'll be able to craft your rank 4s really quickly. So in a weird way, it might actually maintain some of the value in the first 4 ranks, but it's going to be really odd. 19 level 60 alts to date waiting to farm those precious crystals. That is outrageous. nobody should have 19 level 60s before the first major content patch of an expansion. I shit you not. Alt armies in Shadowlands is gonna be ludicrous. Blizzard giving players 6 months between the release of the game and the first content patch has meant that people have just leveled up all of their alts. And it means that if they've leveled up all of their alts now, they'll just... oh my days. I'm up to 17 level 60s. I'm only at 15. I've leveled up 9. One of my friends has 15 alts that they do M+ on every week. Jesus. Alt armies are going to be ludicrous this expansion. Blizzard will have a problem on its hands again. Because BFA, people played alts in BFA, but it was so un-alt friendly in terms of the fact that by the time we got to patch 8.3, to get an alt up to speed was just gross. The fact that you had, like, essences were the biggest problem, right? Essences were virtually crucial to be able to play the class properly, yet even at the best of times they were still a disgusting grind on an alt. Why wait to level them when you can get them out of the way now? It's true. It's true. That's probably what a lot of people have thought. I genuinely didn't realise people had so many alts kicking about. But I guess it makes sense, right? When there's not much else to do in the game right now, just level a bunch of alts. Holy smoke. I get the argument about the retail auction house changing the experience for goblins. I think it's worth pointing out though that the retail auction house is a huge quality of life upgrade to the average player, and since the number of goblins is orders of magnitude less than the number of the average players, I don't expect requests to keep the goblin experience to carry much weight. Wow, like, it is not even funny how much I agree with that. It's not even funny how much I agree with that. Yeah. This is the problem we have in the goal making community, right? We are a tiny group of people. Like, you've got the Mythic Plus scene, you've got the PvP scene, you've got your raiders, and then you've got goblins, right? Goblins are a minute percentage of the game, generally speaking. We live in a bubble, right? Because we're part of the community. So we seem to have the picture for us is painted that there's more of us out there. But on the grand scale of things, the gold making community is diddly. Which means if something affects us, it doesn't actually affect 95% of the player base. Sharkshooter does make a point though. We're a tiny group of people with a whole lot of power. In the fact that we, for the most part, control the economy on the servers does mean that yes, we do have a greater level of influence on how each and every realm feels. But it's still true to say that if there's a mechanic in the game that doesn't work very nicely for goblins, it's really not in Blizzard's interest to pander to our wishes. Let's put it that way. If they can make the auction house a smooth, easy to use system for 95% of the player base, they will do that. If that means if it pisses off goblins, then unfortunately so be it. That's yeah, it's definitely something that I would agree with on that one. Rarely do I read the comments and go, "Yep, I agree with that," but it's happened, so There's been a suggestion that the new auction house from retail be implemented in Classic. That would feel like... Oh, okay. Honestly, I think this is a lot... Oh, okay, here it begins. From Jack the Dipper on the price of the Corthite crystal. I was thinking of prices beyond the 25,000 gold in the first and second week. Make a group for the Corthite crystal. Just put a sniper string on it with a low price of 5,000 gold so you can start fishing for cheap ones. Yeah, this is the thing, right? It's entirely dependent on what each and every realm dictates to be, you know, the market price for these crystals, regardless of however many that you need. Whether you need one or whether you need 40 of them, it doesn't make any difference. The matter of the fact is in the first week, everybody will get them and nobody has any use for them. Which is a concoction that usually means incredibly cheap prices, right? But because people will understand what they will be used for, there's future value in them. That's going to be the difficult thing, right? When 10,000 Corthite crystals turn up on the auction house in the very first day of the expansion, and nobody has any use of them for another 6 days, what do you think that's going to do to the price? This is the concern for me. And this is why I really, rarely do I not have a solid thought on what the price for something will be. Usually you can just math it out and you work out what the price is going to be. But this is one of the situations where it doesn't matter how much maths you do. There's no way to accurately come up with a figure for these Corthite crystals. Content creators alike have thrown around a sort of speculatory 10 to 20,000 gold a piece, but that is based on that if you're buying your Corthite crystals for 10,000 gold a piece, that means your base price for that rank 5 legendary just for the Corthite crystals is 400,000 gold. Now, the most expensive legendary I ever sold was in the first week of Shadowlands, and I sold it for 400,000 gold. The most expensive. And I only sold one at that price. It takes a special breed of person to spend that much gold on a single item. Which means that the only thing you can try and do is kind of like reverse engineer it, right? So if we can agree that nobody is going to spend 400,000 gold on a legendary, they might spend 300,000 gold on a legendary. That would then mean that the Corthite crystals are like 6k a piece. EU token price. It's interesting Vallegro has pointed out the token price. I would imagine whatever the current token price is relatively close to what is the maximum amount that any single person is probably willing to spend on a single item. Now, I don't have a huge amount of like data to back that up, but at the beginning of Shadowlands, people were pricing rank 4 legendaries at exactly the token price, and they were selling. Yet the minute they posted them for more than what the token price was, they stopped selling. Because people see a shiny item and they see how much it's going to cost them to buy the shiny item. And if they can buy the shiny item for less than the value of a single token, there is a really good chance they'll buy the shiny item. I find it very difficult to believe that there isn't a correlation between the most expensive items that people will buy and the token price. Sold a 101 BOE for 500,000. Oh, yeah. There are definitely... I mean, there's always exceptions to all the rules. But if you're looking for a figure, if you're looking for a number that is probably close to the maximum that any regular player would possibly spend on something, I would say that keeping the price close to whatever the token price is a good bet. But of course, the hardcore of hardcore who don't care will spend whatever they need to spend to get the items that they want. But you're not targeting regulars in the first few weeks, though. You're targeting the premium end. It's true. I guess you are focusing heavily on the min-maxes, I guess. I know lots of people that bought tokens or gold to buy their raid legendaries. Yeah. Yeah, 281,000 gold would still mean your crystals could be up to 7k a pop, yeah. Let's be real, the world first race is the time for extreme prices. Yes. Not even going to craft a legendary until Mythic Week or even second Mythic Week, just to see if Blizzard makes any balancing. Well, this was the thing in 9.0, right? The 1% held off actually crafting their legendary for a long time. But that did not stop people selling legendaries like they were candy. Because the 1% are just that. They are the 1%. There's 99% of other people that will still do whatever it is that they want to do, which is get the shiny. It's kind of why when people when people ask me what is the best legendary to start leveling up, I mean, it's common for people to say, well, should I level up the one that's most popular? And yeah, there's logic in that, but just because lots of people are doing something doesn't mean everybody's doing the same thing. $7k crystals will be rare the first couple of days, I bet. It's nearly impossible to say exactly what's going to happen. All we know for certain is that the crystals are going to be ludicrously rare the first couple of weeks, and then their price will tank like a rock. Like because people will still keep on getting the crystals after they've got their legendary. And the fact that it's like Lightless Silk, right? Lightless Silk technically is the rare version of Shrouded Cloth, but the fact that everybody can get them means that just because the tooltip says that they're rare doesn't actually mean that it's rare. A goblin can only dream to see a boatload of 5k crystals from people not knowing their value. But the thing is though, right, after a couple of weeks, 5k for the crystal is going to be ludicrously expensive. 5k for the crystal still means you've got a base price of 200k for your rank 5 legendary before you even consider anything else. This is the problem, right? That you say 5k for crystal, cool, but when you need 40 of them, it becomes a lot of gold. On servers without world first guilds, I don't know how many people would buy a Lego for twice the token price. I don't know, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. Also speculating about 20k per crystal. That'll be 800k plus for a rank 6 legendary. Might be way too much. This is it. When you multiply anything by 40, the numbers start to get ridiculous really quickly. On my realm, epic crystals for enchanting were priced at 8k at one point the first few weeks. I'm expecting something similar with Korthite crystals too. I've made links to... I've made links to the Eternal Crystal when talking about this a few times. But whilst there are comparative links, they're not the same. Because Korthite crystals are not like Eternal crystals because everybody has access to them every day. The reason Eternal crystals went from being 500 gold a piece in the first couple of days to 10,000 gold a piece by the end of the first week was because there genuinely wasn't any way to go out and get them. There was no way to go get them. Whereas Korthite crystals, there will be a way. You know, you go find treasures in Korthite. The more treasures you find, the more chances you have of getting a Korthite crystal. The more alts you have, the more dailies you can do. The more alts you have, the more dailies, the more treasures you can find on Korthite, on Korthia. There will still be a constant trickle supply of these crystals on the auction house, and that constant trickle supply over the first week could do some crazy things to the price. But anyway, there we go. There was the WoW economy report. I think that took us a little bit longer to do today than I expected, but there's some interesting topics of conversation in there for sure. For sure. Any final questions on the WoW economy weekly wrap up before we start looking at TSM? Because TSM is likely to take a while. 8k the first week, they were almost 20k on my realm. Yeah, Crystals did an absolute madness the first week. It was quite funny. Let's close down those. We don't need those anymore. Alrighty. Time to remake some groups, it appears. I'm almost wondering if I just start with a fresh profile again. Maybe we do everything. Maybe we do everything like for keepsies this time. I was really hoping to not have to change everything today, but not sure why it still doesn't know the crafting cost of all of my enchants though. Okay. Right, let's try and fix Gumdrop said the groups just stay, the only thing is reopening all profession windows. That is probably true if you are going from 4.10 and going to the beta. But going... the problem I think I had was that... of course, because I was in the TSM alpha, now the alpha's been switched off. So when this alpha was switched off, it booted me back into release version, which is 4.10, which broke all of my groups. And now I'm going back to the beta. It's going from a place where the groups were already broken, so I might have to do things again. But we'll see what we can fix. Let's get this account back up and running. Let's take it one profession at a time. Then we'll do enchanting like easy days because it's quick and easy, and I can maybe at least get some stuff on the auction house. Then we'll get to some of the more complicated stuff like 168s and hopefully eventually legendaries. Is TSM 4.11 beta available for plebs? If you happen to be a TSM premium member, you should have probably by now received an email inviting you into the 4.11 beta. If you're not, you can still sign up to the beta, I believe, but it'll be like a drip feed to people. But please, for the love of God, don't sign up to TSM Premium just for the hope of getting beta access, because the likelihood is you'll be sorely disappointed. Do not forget to do the World Quest Amateur Night on all of your tunes for easy 250 anima. We do love us some easy 250 anima. We might check that out later. I got some TSM stuff to fix though. Custom themes though? Fuck custom themes, man. Of all the things. Enchanting this dude. I guess it might be worth actually going through what 4.11 is. There was a... Oh, where's it gone? Here we go. This is the window I'm looking for. So, this was... this is on the... I'll give you the link to this in chat. So, the TSM 4.11 beta has officially launched. We are thrilled to announce that the beta test for 4.11 has begun. If you are a TSM Premium member, you will shortly be receiving an email inviting you to participate, along with instructions on how to get started. Additional invites through the beta sign-up page will be distributed on a first-in, first-out system, so be sure to sign up to get involved, otherwise you can bypass the queue and get instant access by signing up to TSM Premium. Oh, I'm really hoping that... Okay, this is just a... Okay. Okay, sure. This is a way to obviously boost premium signups. They're basically selling you beta access then. Fine, whatever. If you want TSM 4.11 beta access, sign up to TSM Premium then. Okay, sure. Shadowlands Profession support. So let's take a look at what has actually come into place with 4.11 for TSM. The biggest upgrade in 4.11 is supporting the new profession system introduced in Shadowlands, which includes optional reagents for your recipes and various outcomes of those optional reagent combinations, including base legendary items. Yes, so base legendary items are now being supported by Trade Skill Master. Finally. Let's look about how and where and how this is of benefit to you. So, the TSM crafting UI has now got some added functionality to apply the optional reagents to customize the secondary stats and item levels. So you can use your missives, plus you can use your crafter's marks through this new add optional reagent window. Crafting costs and profits are now accurate for the items you have, plus your crafting operations and task list will also consider the optional reagents required. So basically this is saying that crafting is going to work for optional reagents as well. So let's look at it from the point of view of like 168 gear, because that's what people are familiar with. 168 gear obviously requires a Crafter's Mark II to make it. Crafter's Mark II is not free, so you should probably be considering the crafting cost of that. So now what Trade Skill Master will do is calculate the crafting cost for the crafter's marks. If you run out of crafter's marks, it will add them to your craft queue to make sure that you craft some of those before crafting, the gear in question. If you have things grouped up correctly, you can set crafting operations to just craft 168s or just craft item level 87s, whatever you want. It's all being implemented now. The only thing I really care about is the pet data on sell rates is finally integrated. Yes, pet dudes out there are going to see some big benefits of this for sure. Speaking of grouping the items, new option has been introduced to accommodate the various ways to craft things in Shadowlands. In addition to grouping items by their specific variation, so let's say 168 with haste and mastery would be like the specific variation of that crafted item, and also ignoring all variations, so that would ignore the secondary stats, it would ignore the item level. It would then look at it, if it is a shade bound vest, it's a shade bound vest regardless. There's now a new option that gives you the ability to consider just the item level whilst ignoring the secondary stats. This is super powerful for goblins out there to be able to I guess it depends on how you want to ultimately sell that crafted gear. But me personally, craft like 168 gear, I don't want to go as far as min-maxing my auctions based on the secondary stats. Although there is argument that you could make a little bit more gold doing that, I would rather just take a 168 item and undercut any other 168 item. And that's what this option with the groupings does. It means you can put all of your 168s in one specific category. And it will, just when you go to list them on the auction house, it will search for that item, it will search for that item level of that item, and then it will do its undercut. Whereas currently it searches for the item, then it searches for the item level, then it searches for the secondary stats combination, and then it does its undercut. Which is almost a little bit too min-maxy. It's weird, right? That this option is actually creating a less specific setup than a more specific one, but it's definitely very helpful. So you can group, for example, item level 87s with item level 151s and item level 168 crafted items separately, but choose to ignore all the secondary stats. Then apply a distinct crafting operation to restock all of a certain item level, and auctioning operations to undercut the item levels regardless of their secondary stats. This next bit is crucial though. To support this, inventory tracking has also been enhanced to track items more specifically by item level rather than only their name. This has been the bane of my life using Tradescore Master so far in patch 9.0. The fact that if you're crafting legendaries, if you're crafting an Umbrahide vest, what's really helpful to know is how many Umbrahide vests do I have at each rank. Knowing that I have 12 Umbrahide vests is pointless to me unless I know which ranks they are or which item levels they are, because how the hell do I know which ones to go and restock? Which ones have I sold out on? Which ones are selling better? Just knowing that I have 12 Umbrahide vests is pointless. But now they've implemented inventory tracking to chip away at each different item level, so in turn regarding legendaries at each different rank. All hail LST. Well, this is where Legendary Stock Tracker stepped in and, solved a problem for us all. Legendary Stock Tracker was able to do just this, like to track each and every rank and tell you exactly how many of each rank you had for the purpose of restocking. Tradescore Master has now implemented this natively, which is much needed. But of course, this does this for everything. So it will also do it for your. In this scenario, you can see Shadebound Vest. This person has 2 Shadebound Vests at item level 151. If they hover over something, if they hover over the 168 variation, it'd show a different inventory number. So this is really cool. Group and item management has changed a little bit in 4.11 as well. In 4.11 it's even easier to manage your groups and move items between them. Now you can just drag and drop selected items between groups without needing to remove them or have them on hand. Selecting multiple is also supported. So yeah, just managing your groups has become a bit easier. It was a bit of a meme in the in the Discord about this, that the people that had access to the alpha for months at this point, none of us knew this was a thing. Like they'd somehow managed to implement this and not tell anybody. So almost nobody knew that this was a thing, which was quite funny. They put this post out yesterday, and everybody that was in the alpha already was like, hang on, drag and drop's a thing? Since when? None of us knew about it. Which was a bit weird, but it's cool. Making your groups is now easier. Now, boys and girls, now we have the big thing though. Now we have the thing you've all been waiting for. The one thing that everybody's been waiting for with Tradescore Master. The pinnacle reason why we've been waiting for an update for TSM. Custom themes. Yes. Finally I can make my Tradescore Master window look gross. Finally. Yeah, we'll skip that. Auction DB changes for retail in Classic. For Classic era, the Burning Crusade Classic players, region-wide sale data is now generated. This is cool. We've had this in retail for a long time. It coming to the Classic version. In fact, have we had this for a while in retail? Have I just had this for a long time and not known about it? I don't know. Maybe I have. But region sale rate and region average daily sold is kind of cool. These are some very helpful numbers to know. Green TSM for the win. Oh god. Knowing how many of an item sells roughly is really helpful when it comes to, like, if you farmed up a bunch of them, for example, or you're trying to work out what you should be pricing things at. If only one of them sells every 3 months, then it's valuable information. The fact that it's on a Classic Realm and the fact that it does it for pets as well is super helpful. Anybody that's been dealing with pet arbitrage will now get regional sale rates and regional average daily sold on pets as well, which is cool. I can see Manthius using a meme theme just to annoy chat, making it fully pink or something. Yeah. Telling me if I reinstall TSM and get my email sorted out, I could make the auction house look pastel colours. You can do all sorts of stupid stuff with it. It's, yeah, you can just change all of the, you can set the frame, you can customize it basically, you know, hence custom themes. You can make it look gross if you want. What's kind of annoying, you can actually make everything like the same color, and so then you can't see anything and then you break it, so be careful. Custom skins next, please. No, just all the no. Add-on optimizations. Various under-the-hood tweaks and tunings have been implemented with an aim to improve stability and reduce lag whilst crafting. This was one of the biggest complaints about TSM, that if you didn't have a powerhouse PC when doing crafting, the entire client could just lag for a few seconds every craft, which was not great. They've done something. Don't know what they've done, but they've done something behind the scenes. What's next? With all the features and enhancements they've added in 4.11, we thought of ways to share and discuss things we're planning on to do in future updates of Trade School Master, and to get your feedback or input on to what is important to you as an everyday user of the add-on. As an experiment, they created a Trello board with a public roadmap as a list of ideas and features that we'd like to introduce to take your goal making to the next level with TSM. We'd love to know what you hear. So if you have any sort of direct feedback for the TSM guys, this is the place to let them know. You can, more importantly, you can see what they're already planning to do. So if your thought is, you know, it's helpful to see if the TSM guys have already considered what your suggestion would be. Plus, you can also see what's coming in the future, which is cool. So there we go. TSM 4.11 is the beta is a thing. Yeah, if you don't have if you're already a TSM Premium member, you'll be able to get access to it. You'll probably have had the email already. If you're not, you can sign up to be a TSM Premium member, and you will get instant access to the beta. They're basically selling you beta access at this point. As you know, people got to pay the bills, got to keep the lights on. So if you become a TSM Premium member, you can get access to 4.11. But what does this mean for us and regarding the stream in the next few days? It means that at least for the rest of today, and probably for most of tomorrow, we'll be just resetting things up. So the next couple of days are going to be, you guys will have a good opportunity to just talk everything 4.11 as you get your hands on it. I've been using it for a couple of months now. For the most part, it's pretty good, and we're going to be making things. We're going to be setting up groups and stuff. And once I've got everything fully set up, I might start making some profiles public so that you guys, you know, the basic groups and that sort of stuff, I can make those public. Does it mean when I sell a Lego, it's going to show the actual one that's sold? I'm not sure about the ledger. The little notification you get in chat will still be broken, because that will still be broken. But the ledger might start showing the correct ones. I'd not even thought about that. That's a good question. We'll look into it. How come you don't use the Lego feature on TSM, or did they add that recently? The main reason well, one, they've added it somewhat relatively recently. Secondly, like, I don't really know is the honest answer. It's just something I've not really got round to. I've been busy recently, so I wasn't going to play around with TSM groups unless necessary. Oh yeah, that was the minigame thing. Damn, I just wasted 200 points. Sorry. What I should remember to do actually is I should disable the ability to redeem those when the minigame's not active. There we go. Oh, we did get a Sharkshooter do a sponsored ad though. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I don't think I've run a single ad this stream. I'll do a 30-second quick ad break, boys and girls. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Now 2 ads. Well, I'll run an ad for a minute while I take a very quick bathroom break, and then we'll start making some groups and setting up Trade Skill Master again. So if any of you guys have got access to 4.11 beta and want to follow along with, or ask your questions as we do it, now's a good opportunity. We'll do our best to break it, and we'll get through some of the teething issues together. For reference, you can redeem the ads all day long. I still have to physically press the button. I think we need a timeout on that. I think we do. Alright then, boys and girls. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. You should add some soundboard options for points or something interesting. The current points are dull. Yeah, they're in refresh mode at the moment. I haven't implemented the new ones yet. Relax, they're coming. Don't take away my ads. Yeah, channel point stuff is coming. Relax, relax. It's on its way. It's on its way. Right. So let's work out some group setups then. What it might, in a weird sense, it might actually need me to recraft a whole bunch of stuff to get these properly. Because when it comes to making when it comes to making groups for stuff, I tend to prefer making groups based on items that I've already crafted, because then it guarantees that you're getting the right item IDs and all that sort of shenanigans. But it should now have, at the very least, an understanding of all of the enchants. Has that synced over? You should add an option to time out Vallegro for points. People seem to be really interested in timing other people out. It's not something that I thought was going to be a thing, but apparently it is. You guys seem to be mean at heart. Oh, okay. Our pricing has come back on enchants, which is good. Let's get those done then. Hang on. Shrouded cloth on the cheap. Yeah, go on then. Is that somebody trying to scamaz some cheap stuff out of people? Enchants. Run cancel scan real quick. Done cancelling. There's no enchants on the auction house. Really? Put it at 10,000 and make it spammable. Make it cost a point spammable. You guys are just mean. You guys are genuinely mean. Okay. No space in our inventory. Let's get these enchants posted then. Go. I missed the Who Likes Money one though. There's a little add-on called, what is it called, sound clips or something, that you can use your channel points to redeem the sounds with. The problem is I disabled that because I hate the fact that you can't customize the alert for it. So I've been looking for a better solution for it. Hold on, do you not have a long boy? No, I don't. No, I'm part of the No Long Boy Club. How did I not know this? I've told the story a fair amount on stream. It's relatively common knowledge at this point, but I went with the approach of upgrading a whole bunch of accounts to Shadowlands. I was going to do some multi-boxing in Shadowlands and chose to do some multi-boxing in Shadowlands over buying the Long Boy. And then they made the multi-box changes, so I then backpedaled on that decision. But by that point, it was it was too late to get the Long Boy. Right, at least by the looks of things, actually, did that not post it? It did post, right? Enchanting looks to be done. Let's get 168 gear in place, so we can now get some groups. Start with leatherworking. We've got Shadebound. These are all the specific items that I've got in my bags at the moment. What we want to do is we want to add groups to the 168 group. We want to add them based on item level. Oh god, it's really guffed up my groups. Really guffed up the groups. Ungrouped items in bags. Oh no, all my groups are just broken. That's what you get for multi-boxing. Doesn't bother me. All my groups for everything are guffed. Even all the legendary ones, it's now saying all of these are ungrouped. Okay, right. I'm going to have half groups all over the place. That's going to really frustrate me. Is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, well at least I've got the entire shadow scale set to hand. Can you not just start a new profile and re-import your original groups? New profile time maybe. I'm half thinking that it might be new profile time. I'm half thinking that myself. I'm half thinking that new profile time might not be a bad decision. How are we going to go about doing this? Might want to end up doing new operations anyway. Should we just start a new profile? Would people prefer that? I guess it's because I guess I'll just import my default. If I just import my default Shadowlands groups and then base them off those, it means it's a good starting platform for other people to use as well. I guess that's probably sensible. So let's go. TSM settings. Let's go. Do I actually want to do this? Is there anything in this that's okay? Create new profile. We're gonna go. TSM 4.11. Create new profile. Let's import the my base groups for the professions, and then we can work from there. So I'm gonna want to categorize Legos separately. I know that for a fact. Then we're gonna want professions, and within each one we'll have the individual professions. Now this is where I get to plug the Discord, boys and girls. This is where I get to plug the Discord, considering it's on the Discord the TSM groups are pinned. So if you're not already, jump over to the Discord. On the Mantheus Coffee Club Discord, in the free resources section, there's TSM groups, and from here, these are my basic profession groups for Shadowlands. These are very helpful as a good starting point. These have got all the base items in. You'll obviously still need to add things like 168s and stuff like that on top of these, but these are a good starting point. So I'm going to want enchanting to start with. So let's open this paste bin. Let's make it easy to do. So what you do is you take the paste bin, take the raw data, Control A on that one, do a copy, and you go import group, import string, and you can see it's importing enchanting, items, enchants, things that use crystals, the reagents, and then enchanted Twilight Wand as its own separate thing. So we'll import that, and there's our Shadowlands enchanting, right? So what we'll probably want to do is actually put that one in professions. So you just drag and drop the groups about. So there we go, bang, enchanting. This has got every item in here. Every item broken down into just the enchants themselves, and then broken down further to the enchants that use crystals. I chose to do this at the beginning just because, you know, crystals were ludicrously expensive, and I wanted a way to subcategorize the more expensive stuff. But this is not necessarily essential. We've got the reagents here, so the enchanted Alethioum bar, the enchanted heavy callous hide, the enchanted lightless silk. If you have a profession that uses these, there's a relatively strong chance that you might want to put these somewhere else. But if you just have an enchanter and you're crafting these to sell these, then this is a good spot to have them. And of course the stupid wand that nobody does anything with. So enchanting, pretty easily. Let's grab leatherworking then next, I suppose. Let's go back into the Discord. Let's grab leatherworking. Take the code. Control C. Import group. Select the professions tab so we import it in the right place. Import group, paste, and then import again. So leatherworking, we'll drag that into professions as well. Oh, actually, this has your mileage may vary when it comes to the base legendaries, actually. Because I originally made the groups with the base 175. I might change this, actually. I probably do need to change this. Because this is now probably not a very sensible way to have the legendaries. Because you actually don't need to have them this way anymore. And the items in there are technically items you don't particularly want in there because they don't exist. Okay, I'm going to change this, which means I'll need to change the paste bin. I'll have to update that paste bin, I think. Because this is probably not the sensible way to do it. Additionally, if you just want to, like I said, I probably want my legendary crafted stuff in a totally different section, but that means you'll need to update the blacksmithing and jewel crafting ones also. Yeah, probably. What I will probably say for the default setup, you probably want all the ranks separately. Would be more sensible. Because that means that you can price because rank 1s, for example, you might price them significantly differently. And of course, if we're doing this, we should probably plan ahead for rank 5s and 6s. Is there a way I can set up an auctioning operation for crafting novice item level gear? Every time I try to auction my novice gear, it undercuts normal item level gear. Yeah, the new TSM beta, TSM version 4.11, will give you that functionality. The current release version, which is 4.10, though, does not offer that yet. What we're playing and testing around with now is the beta version of TSM. In the current release version of TSM, you can kind of hack it a little bit, but it's still not very still not a suggested way of doing it. So let's repeat this process again. Okay, so in each one of these groups we can just, put all of the things where relevant. I would probably say, actually, for the purpose of giving out a group, like a profile, it would be, I either need to do one or the other. I need to give people the profile with all of the items included, or I need to give people the profile that's like empty. So I won't add things to the groups just yet until I've got the structure correct. Now, of course, I don't actually, on this realm at least, have everything unlocked. But we'll see. With items, please. Oh, yeah, of course, like, preferably with items, but that requires me to actually have all of the items to do it. I can, if I do this actually on my other realm, where I've got all the rank 4s unlocked, I can do it for at least all of the rank 1s through till 4. So, we might have to jiggery poker it around a little bit. Can't you find items in the TSM database? I wonder if base group now searches. So if we do bone, shatter, arm guards... Shows by item level 190, 225, 110, 170. Oh, I guess I can do it based on this. Problem is I never trust this. that's my biggest issue. I never trust this. I would much rather put items in a group based on one that's already crafted and in my hands, rather than just a search. Because these searches are, while they work, they're certainly not reliable, and it would take a hell of a long time. Right, so what we'll come back to Legos in a minute anyway, because long term I'm probably going to split those out into their own group. But could we just ask Gumdrops if this is trustable? I mean, he will probably say that it is, outside of bugs, you know. And it is beta still, let's not forget. I miss old school importing by ID. Yeah, bonus IDs kind of broke that whole system though. I noticed that lots of the 168 gear was not in that list. Probably because the Trade Schoolmaster base group doesn't know they exist until you've at least crafted them or it's seen them somewhere else. There's many reasons why the base group isn't full. He will just say soon TM. Well, that's also true. But what we probably want to do is these things, we want to split these down into their separate subcategories. So everything, like you see, Desolate Leather here for default. We could actually then have a subgroup for these item level 87. Because you'd want the 87 variations of them. You'd probably also want the item level 117 gear in there. That's going to be true for Desolate Leather and Desolate Scale. We want child groups of item level 87 and child group of item level 117. Whereas the shade bound stuff, we're going to have, well, technically you can even put novice crafters marks on these things. Technically we should probably, if we're going to do it from a completionist point of view, we should probably have every possible item in a group.
$1 million.
Oh, go on Vallegro cheering with his 100 bits. Not quite $1 million, but I get it. Yay for TSM 411 beta. Yay indeed. Thank you, Vallegro. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Time to have a new competitor for TSM then. Only problem is I'm not a developer. I would absolutely love for there to be like a really good competitor for TSM. Create operations for each tier of Lego and rank, like you're grouping in the spreadsheet, and then just add a new subgroup each time I first get a new rank of a certain Lego. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, this is the thing, right? This is why giving out groups and operations and that sort of stuff, it's kind of subjective because everybody likes to have things set up a different way. That's kind of the point of Trade Schoolmaster, right? That there isn't a true, you must do it this way. This is the best way of doing it. Like it can be done in many different ways. These items are actually the item level 65 ones, so these are wrong to begin with. This was another example, right? That item level 165 technically doesn't exist. So having these in the groups to begin with is kind of pointless and wrong, because they don't even really, they're not even a thing. Which means I'm going to remove all of them because they're not actually a thing. 165s were never implemented. So shade bound, there's the possibility of making item level 87s. You've also got item level 117s, I think. There's item level 151 is the base one. Do we want to do that the same? Or do we want to just keep the base default crap, the non-optional re-8? Maybe if we're going to split things by... yeah, because then it means when you sell it, it will show the group and it will make more sense. So we actually want to have... No, because that doesn't work, does it? Should we just call this item level default? Does that make sense to people? By the way, what is the 175 Lego? Recently joined the Lego market. Yeah, it's another Shadowlands beta relic. That's a good way to describe it, really. 175 is the default item level for a legendary item, but you can't technically make them because you can only ever make like a rank 1, a rank 2, a rank 3, or a rank 4. Why not just name it base gear? 151 default in brackets would be better. For the shade bound and shade scale, true. But my point is the desolate scale stuff, for example. It's not always. Is it always item level 100? It's not always item level 100, is it? There's some bits that are different item levels. Are these not even right? Hang on. Is it always 100? I could have swore some of them were randomly different. Hang on. Green should always be item level 100. Only a few are item level 100. I swear there's some random other item levels of them because they have some weird and wacky item level requirements. Some of them require... Yeah, there you go. Some are like 111, some are 129. Yeah, there we go. I knew I wasn't going crazy. One is 99. That's what I thought. Yeah, the base craft of an item without a crafter's mark is what I'm focusing on. So, for example, when it loads, I've just named it base gear, base item. That would make sense, I think. Hang on, I still despise I despise TSM's interface. Shrouded cloth shoulders, item level 129. Yeah, some are 99, 129, 111. Yeah, okay, so, okay, now I've ballsed it up. That's going to cause problems. So we probably want... We'll call them just base item. Then 117 variation, 87 variation. There's no, you can't use anything more than Crafter's Mark 1 on this stuff. So we need a base item here. As far as shade bound is concerned, base item will always be item level 151. But for the sake of, you know, we'll call that base item as well. default plus novice, default plus CM1, default plus CM2, default plus CM3, yeah. Only for the level 60 stuff though. So 87, 117, we've got then 168. And in theory, we could get prepared and ready for patch 9.1. If we're doing it, we should probably do it properly, you know? We should probably even go as far as adding CM Crafters Mark 3s and Crafters Mark 4s. Let's plan for the future, right? So let's go item level 200 and item level 230. Plan ahead. Plan ahead. How we doing, Jack? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. So I missed your comment earlier. How we doing? Yeah, playing around with the beta. I made the horrible error of not changing my Trade Skill Master desktop application profile to the beta before loading the game, and it meant it foobarred up all of my groups. But it gave us a good opportunity to get some TSM 4.11 and also TSM 9.1 ready groups up and running. So let's go. We now need the same here, don't we? So we need item level 87, item level 117, 168. Get ready for item level 200 and item level 230 if you unlock it. Cool. Cool. Lots of groups. Lots and lots and lots of groups. Lots of things to add into lots of groups. Now, because I'm probably going to make these groups public, I want to make sure they're as foolproof as possible. So the only way to make sure they're as foolproof as possible is to put items in the group based on ones that are physically in my bags. So we're going to, I mean, I'll ultimately just sell them anyway, so it's not a big issue. Boomer-proof groups. Yeah, I want the groups, if people import the groups, I want there to be as little chance for errors in them as possible. What is this doing and why is it taking forever to do it? Can't help you, there we go. Having no inventory space is going to become a problem real quickly though. So I now need to make one of every variation of piece of gear I can possibly imagine. Oh boy, oh boy. The things I do for you guys. Okay, so we want Desolate Scale. Desolate Scale at default item levels. One of these. One of these. This is wasting so many materials, but what are you going to do? Right, there's one of every Desolate Scale. While we're here, let's do one of every Desolate Leather at their default item levels. You know what's gross is that I'm probably going to want to do this for every profession as well. Right, okay, so there's one of everything from there. Cool. How do I fix the problem that I've got no inventory space? Reagent bank? I've not got any reagents that I can put in the reagent bank. This is absolutely the wrong character to be doing this on. Absolutely the wrong. Mail it to a relay tune on your other account. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. And then I'll just send them all back again in a minute. That'll give me some space. That'll give me some space. Okay. Let's grab all of these out. Right, so TSM groups, leatherworking, desolate leather base items, adding it via item level, desolate leather, gauntlets, helm, legs, pauldrons, vest, waistguard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is there only 6 there? Why is there only 6 options there? Hang on, because some of them are showing up here. Because the parent group is broken. Let's delete that. There we go. Base item. Desolate leather. By item level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. There's all the base stuff. Desolate scale. To replicate the same. The default group is bust. Let's get rid of them all. Base items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. Go. There's the base ones done. Now we just need to do the exact same thing again for 87s and 117s. Means I'm going to need to make a whole bunch of crafters marks as well. God, it's going to take some time to put these groups together for all the professions. I hope you guys appreciate this. Make use of the void bank. Doesn't it cost you gold to put stuff in and out of there though? It's like 25 gold a piece or something to deposit and to take it back out again, if I remember right. That's going to get expensive real quick. And you can't put consumables in there? Yeah, it's going to only be for gear, I suppose, isn't it? Okay. So we're going to need to make a whole bunch of 87 gear and a whole bunch of 117 gear. Let's then, if that's the case, we are going to need a bunch of crafters marks and a bunch of novice crafters marks. We're going to need to make a bunch of them. The likelihood is we're going to need loads of them, and it's probably cheaper for me to make them on tailoring. Novice crafters marks. Let's just make 100 of these. Go. That's going to take a few minutes. I need to constantly remember to do reloads on this. Why don't you do this on Sylvanus? You're actually probably right. I should be doing this on Sylvanus. Because doing it on Sylvanus, I have everything available to me in mass. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. I should be doing this on Sylvanus. The problem is I don't want all of the gear on Sylvanas, that's the problem. At least if it's on Tor and Mill, I know I'll sell it. Problem is less content. Oh, I don't know why this keeps erroring out. Yeah, I do genuinely think I need to do this on Sylvanas though, just because it's going to be easier and quicker to actually do. You should just buy all of his gear to make his groups and then relist it all. To be honest, if I knew it wasn't going to cost me ridiculous amounts, I probably would do just that. You make groups from the base group though. You can, but I don't trust it. Let me yeah, you can, but I don't trust it. I don't trust that it's going to import the right bonus IDs. If I was just doing it for myself, yes, I would absolutely just use the base group. If I was only doing it for myself, but I'm not doing it for just myself. These groups will become public, and because of that, I want to limit any possibility for there to be errors in them. People still buying rank 3s and rank 4s. Imagine the average smart person you know, and then half of the people are more stupid than that. Yeah. Hope you had a great weekend at the Swingers Convention. Yeah, it was great. Overpowered gear for when time walking weeks. Some old gear is completely broken during those weeks. I find it incredible that you can people even find out what these old gears are just broken. How they like. Do people even do time walking that much? I don't know. Actually, that profile that we were halfway through making, I need to copy that over to work on it over here. People make time walking sets for farming the mount. Oh, you're probably right actually. I hadn't thought about that. I used to have a time walking set. That's pretty smart. That's real min-maxing. I like that. I like that. That's clever. It's probably not something I'd be doing, but I like that. That's clever. For each expansion? Damn. Sounds like way too much gear for my liking. Right, settings, profile. Which one was it? TSM 4.11. Brain. My brain stopped working. How do I export this profile to my other account? Am I being really dumb? Duplicate? Rename? What? Huh? Oh, I have to do it from here, don't I? Yeah. Alright. Ignore me. Ignore me. Yeah, ignore me. It's fine. Export this group. Probably that group actually. Exclude operations. Just the group structure and the items. Yes, that's the one I want. That's what we need to work on. Let's do that over here. Settings, new profile name, TSM 4.11 and 9.1 ready. We're going to try our best to make it 9.1 ready. Groups, import groups, paste, import, go. Right, there's our progress so far. There's our progress so far. Right, so enchanting is done. Enchanting's easy. Leatherworking, heavy desolate armor kit, heavy desolate armor kit, that's fine. Base Legos we'll get to. Where did we get to here? So we need to craft, we need to populate these. Huh? Is this going to be a problem? No, it shouldn't be. That's still right. Yeah, that's still right. Okay. I was offered a threesome with 2 girls. Unfortunately, they look like Bebop and Rocksteady. Adam's on crazy juice again today. Right, okay, let's make some item level 87 gear. Hopefully I've just got loads of materials kicking about and I don't have to worry too much about this. We need, what was it? Desolate leather. Desolate leather. If we make some item level 87 variations. Novice crafter's mark. That's going to make an item level 87. Go. Can't believe I'm going to end up making one of everything. I'm going to genuinely end up making one of everything. This is going to feel horrendous by the time we've done it. But it will be very useful eventually. Oh, whoa, 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 hang on. Hang on. Arm guards can't have novice crafter's marks on them? Oh, it's because they start off at 117. Huh, well that'll be why then. Oh, that's going to be weird. That makes the groups weird. I didn't know that was a thing. That's really weird. Okay, sure. Where did they go? Oh, please don't tell me, like... Hang on. Oh, God. Did some of them not craft? Simply because bag space wasn't a thing? Have they... Oh, what is going on? Hang on. Yeah, it's messy. Just made a few bigger groups based on the crafter's mark type. Yeah... I'm kind of thinking that now. Maybe going by item level is not actually the most elegant way to do it. Maybe just, you know, base item, Crafter's Mark 1, Crafter's Mark 2, Novice Crafter's Mark. Might be a... I'm trying to think of it from the point of view of both crafting and auctioning at the same time, though. If we were to... Novice Crafter's Mark 1 base item would probably mean that it's more complete. Crafter's Mark 1 items compete with other Crafter's Mark 1 items regardless of item level. They'll have the same item level. Yeah. Now I don't know the elegant solution. What I do know though is having all of these materials, especially gems in my bags, is going to frustrate the living hell out of me. Please hold. Let's go Dalaran. See, once I've got the grouping structure in place once, for the most part, then it just becomes relatively copy paste from there on. It's just working out what I want a neat and tidy group structure to be to begin with. So much random stuff in my bags. Oh boy. Before 9-1, we absolutely need a spring clean. Absolutely need a spring clean. My bank is now full of like random stuff. Why have I got 1,000,000 Dreadfang Venom sacks? I got so much dumb stuff kicking about. You don't want to copy paste 100 groups just to realise you made an error at the end. Yeah. I don't mean physically copy paste, I just mean, you know, the hard work is actually done by the time you've worked out what you're doing once. Did those other items go to my mailbox? Apparently not, they're just broken. Oh my god, I've got 300 auctions that, oh dear. I've ignored Sylvanas so heavily recently. Oops. Right. Concentrate time. Base item, Crafter's Mark 1, Novice Crafter's Mark. That makes more sense to me. It's made with, although it's not intuitive though, which is also doubly annoying. No, I'm gonna go back to what I perceive to be sensible. So Novice Crafter's Mark is going to be item level 117. No, it's not. It's going to be item level 87. Crafter's Mark 1 is going to be item level. Because this also plays a part in things like the ledger, and it plays a part in like there's more factors at play than just. Because if the item is in a group called at item level 117, when it sells, it will show up in your auction house list as, you know, it will tell you the item level in that and stuff as well, which I want. So we're going to add things based on that item level. 87 gear. Desolate 1, 2, 3. Legs, pauldrons, vest. Why it didn't craft the others, I don't know. What happened to them, I also don't know. Maybe it just didn't actually craft them, who knows. So legs we've done. Pauldrons done. Vest, legs, helm. Where did it go? Oh, okay. You have to click off and click on it again. Sure. Oh, hang on. The boots are the same. Okay, they start at 117 to begin with. So these are the only item level 87 stuff you can craft. Okay, cool. That is that's going to be really weird though. You're going to look at that and you're going to say, oh, there's only 6 items there. Why is there not 8? What happened when you changed to beta? When I changed to beta, my TSM desktop application automatically defaulted back to retail version or release version, which is 4.10, which then meant when I logged into the game, it screwed up all of my groups because all of my groups were then no longer valid. So then when I went back and activated beta, my groups were still busted. Now, I wanted to redo all of these groups anyway, so it's not the end of the world, but I wasn't necessarily expecting to do it like right now, which is a bit gross, but yeah, there's not a lot I can do about it. Right, Crafter's Mark 1 gear, which will put it to 117. Shoulders. Faffing around with backups and stuff. Like I said, I was going to do it anyway, so it doesn't gross me out too much that I have to do it, but and I know I should be doing this with base group, but I don't trust base group. Right, so now by item level 117, 117, 117. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bingo. Bingo. So we got the base item level stuff, which obviously varies in item level, but it doesn't require any crafter's mark. We have the item level 87 gear, which does it show? I need to set up this Trade School Master profile to actually show crafting costs from the tooltips. Tooltip, craft, not the crafting operation. Crafting cost is showing. Okay. Why is it not showing crafting prices there then in the tooltip now? Because it should. Auction house filling up with materials again. Seems like people are coming back or dumping their stock. Have people played? Have people completed the Burning Crusade now? Is that what we're saying? I don't know. Oh no, it's called detailed crafting costs or something. Where do I turn on the detailed crafting costs? Oh, detailed crafting costs is turned on. Why is it not showing me the default? Maybe because it doesn't know them. Except Heavy Callus of course. Only 560 pieces at 800 gold. Ouch. Ouch. Ah, okay. It was simply a case that Trade School Master didn't know them. But this thing will be of note to you guys, that when you look at the TSM crafting cost now, it also implements the Novice Crafter's Mark crafting cost. Now, there's some weird and wonderful things that you have to do if you end up then selling these items on a different character than you crafted them on. So people that have people that have bank toons are going to have to do some weird and wacky things with the operations to account for the correct crafting cost of the crafter's marks, which is going to feel really weird. But that's real meta stuff that we'll get onto at a later date. For now, I'm just trying to set up groups before I deal with the actual operations. Does it use the cheaper crafter's marks if you have two professions? Yes. On the same character, yes. But don't forget, crafter's marks are bind on pickup. So, for example, if you have a tailor and a blacksmith on one character, but on a second character you have just leatherworking, obviously that leatherworker has to make crafter's marks with leatherworking. But the problem is if you send all of the crafted items from those three characters to one separate bank character in the middle, it's going to calculate the crafting cost of crafter's marks to be the same for all of them, even though technically it's not. The crafter's marks for the leatherworker by themselves are going to be substantially more expensive. So if the crafted gear, if the gear that you craft, you sell it on a different character, you're going to have to do some wacky things with operations. But I have worked out a solution. It's just not very pretty. Just don't sell crafter's mark gear. Well, this is it. It means that sending all of your crafter's mark gear to a bank character and then selling it on a bank character is going to get a little bit more difficult. You came up with a solution. Yeah, you have to basically utilize custom price sources to your advantage again. The solution is, yes, just get along, boy. That's the actual solution, true. But if you're like me, who likes to have all their auctions going on at the same place, but yeah. I can't remember exactly what my solution for it was, but it basically means that you create a custom price source for the individual professions crafters marks, and then you minus, in the operation, you will minus whatever trade school master considers the crafter's mark cost to be, and then you add your custom price source value to it as well. It's all, yeah, leatherworking mark, blacksmith mark, yeah, exactly. So you minus off what TSM thinks it should be, and then you add on what you know it actually is. It's a bit gross, but it will work. Yes, lots of marks, all the marks. There's your custom price sources. Right, what did we do here? Leather, we need to do scale then. Scale with novices. It should be all the... Oh no, hang on, that doesn't get an 87 bit of gear. That doesn't get an 87 either, because it starts at 100. That's what that still feels really weird to me. The item level 87 gear isn't actually the entire thing. Item level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Item level 87s. Go. Going to spend another day in TSM menus. Well, like I said, for the most part, I'm hopefully going to get most of the legwork for this done, so that you guys don't have to. All you guys have to do is worry about putting your own operations on things. Now, will you include this? My brain doesn't understand it today. We'll see. Like I said, for the most part, I tend not to give out my operations. But for what I might do is I might, put a video together teaching people how they can implement it. For those that, have a brain fart and can't work it out. Base item is the default crafted version of it. So if you're crafting it without any modification, this is what you get. So the base item is going to be your default, like item level 100 to whatever. No crafter's marks going on this, no optional reagents, just the base items. Then if you're customizing the items to be item level 117, you've got the two different sets. Now we need to do the desolate scale, but for 117. Scale 117, which is crafter's mark 1. Go. Arguably, I probably should have done this a real long time ago. But now that it's in beta, I feel it's relatively solid enough that we can do this. %125% crafting plus leatherworking mark divided by 0.95 as an example. Yeah, but you'd also need to minus off. You'd need to minus off whatever trade skill master considers the crafter's mark cost to be, because within crafting, it's going to be the materials plus whatever TSM thinks the crafting cost of the crafter's mark is. The only reason you need to use custom price sources is because it's not always going to default to the right number. It's relatively difficult to describe it until I've actually done it, but I kind of hope you get what I mean. So if TSM, because TSM will look at it will just ask, well, what is the cheapest way to make a Crafter's Mark II? And if TSM thinks that the cheapest way to make a Crafter's Mark II is with tailoring, so it's going to take the price for the Crafter's Mark II based on the tailoring price. But of course, if you're forced into a position where you have to make your Crafter's Marks at a higher price because you don't happen to have tailoring, you've got a problem, right? Because of course the Crafter's Marks are bind on pickup. So you can only make Crafter's Marks on a tailor, on a character that you have tailoring on. At least on the bank ult, it's always going to be the cheapest. Yeah, on a bank ult, it will always default to the cheapest way that it knows on how to make the Crafter's Marks. You could, in theory... No, I think using custom price sources is the most elegant way to do it because it will be dynamic. I was thinking you could just go in and manually adjust the price, but... yeah... There'll probably be... I'll wait for somebody like Billis to come up with some magical string for it that will do something. But until that point, I think just, minusing off whatever TSM thinks is the cheapest and then adding on whatever you know it to actually be is probably the safer bet. So this was scale gear at 117. Add by item level. 6, 7, 8. Boom. Right, so that should be desolate leather and desolate scale done now. So we've got the base items, the item level 117 variations, and the item level 87 variations. And then the same for desolate scale. We've got the base items with no crafter's marks, the 117 bits of gear, and then finally the item level 87 variations. That's as high as these can go. Now it gets weird and wonderful when we try doing it with shade bound and shadow scale, because there's a lot more variations. Yeah, not DB market price, but you could do like map price, and then I'll put the item ID. Do 117 sell? I mean, if you don't list them, they won't. But if you list them, there's a good chance they might. Mainly because it's weird, right? Most people assume that they don't sell, and so they don't make them. But that assumption is what means that the people that do craft them and sell them means that they can make a good profit on them. Even on the highest population servers out there, very few people craft and sell 117s. The market for them is a lot smaller, and up until, you know, basically today, it's been a bit of a ball ache to both craft and sell them, but map price is basically based off vendor buy, crafting, and DB market. Yeah, it's one price being based off another being based off 3 or 4. It's a bit convoluted, but when you get your head around it, it's all good. Right, I guess it's time to make a fuckload of shade bound gear now. I guess that's what we're going to be doing next. So the base shade bound items. This is going to get really expensive. For most 117s, I'm the only one on the auction house. What servers are those? Yeah, I would imagine on Sylvanas there's probably not a lot of competition at all right now. What did I say we're doing? Shade bound. We need to make one of every shade bound gear. Times 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, well I can't do the item level 200s or the 230s yet, but because they're not in the game. Yo, I wonder if I could steal these from the PTR. If I import this profile to the PTR, maybe I can steal the item IDs and get it right for them. Ah, maybe I can fully 9.1 this if I utilize the PTR. That would mean yeah, I probably can actually. Am I doing a fresh profile? Yes. Alright, let's make one of everything then. Is it just less work to use the profile that it imports? Yeah, but I don't like it. And I mean, it does its thing, sure, but it doesn't do everything it's going to want it to do. So base items by item level. Where have they gone? Why are these? Hang on, shade bound. Here we go. So there's all 8 pieces of that. In you go. Now I need to make the same variations of these, but with all the different mini item levels. Yuck. Let's do novice crafters marks first then. Go. Now, the likelihood of people actually making item level 87 variations of these and selling them is very slim. But it's weird, right? Because there's a bit of dodgy psychology that goes on with this stuff. Just the fact that it's blue means that people buy it because they think it's rarer, even though the stats on it are exactly the same as its green counterpart, which is really stupid. But once again, it's another one of those things that, because it sounds dumb for somebody to craft them and try and sell them in the first place, is the reason why they do sell. Right, so now we should have an entire 87 set of these. Add those in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there we go. It's a real 5-head move, yeah. Are you only making one of each because there's a ton of variations? Genuinely, the only reason I'm making one of each is so I import the item to the group that I know is 100% correct. I could, in theory, go to base group, and I could probably go shade bound, and I could probably go and try and select the item level 87 variations. Well, I can't because apparently they don't exist in here. The 117 variations exist. Well, they do. The problem is I just don't trust them. If I was doing this just for me, I would just use the base group and I'd search for them. But the fact that this profile is probably going to end up being public, I want there to be as little opportunity for errors as possible when it goes live. Let me guess, I missed the whole 4.11 bit of the stream? You did. You did. Although we are now diving deep into making new groups. So it's still technically that part of the stream. And probably will be for the next couple of days, I'm not going to lie. Right, so 87s are good. We need to do 117 variations now. For the sake of completeness. I'm going to have so many random bits of gear. So many bits of random gear. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Based on item level. In you go. Okay. 87's done. 117's done. We need to do 168s now. Have I got plenty of Crafters Mark 2s? I do. Lovely. How can we make groups so that TSM posts by item level and stats? I mean, it does that by default. That was kind of the thing, right? That's exactly how TSM did it to begin with. Then you put items in the groups based on specific item. You select not item level but specific item. Then you're going to need to make sure that you put every variation in that group. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. So as you restock, it will generate the new variations, and that is how you will add them. People have different opinions on this, but my opinion is that any piece of gear that you are going to buy with at these item levels, you are far less concerned about the secondary stats on them than you are just the raw item level of the piece of gear in the first place. Now, like I said, people's opinions on this differs. Some people would buy things based on the secondary stats, and in that case, cool, fine. But for the purpose of crafting and selling them, it's if people are crafting and selling them, this is a relatively straightforward way of doing it. Specific item would treat the same item differently if it was made with a different profession's mark. That I've not really thought about in too much detail. That was a thing previously, but I think they've eradicated that. I think they've cancelled off all of the IDs that generates, so that's not a thing. But I can't confirm that because I haven't tested. So my leather 168s with haste verse should post under any other 168 leathers with haste verse. If you base your groups on specific item. Specific item takes into consideration the item level and the secondary stats. You can choose to group things based on just the item level, so it'll ignore the secondary stats and just consider it at that item level. Or there's the basic item, which, I mean, for the purpose of crafting, nobody's going to use anymore. Because then it'll just regardless of the item level, regardless of the secondary stats, it'll just undercut based on the item's name, which is totally weird and wacky for Shadowlands stuff, at least. When I post a 168 item, TSM posts at the cheapest item of that item, which could be an 87 item. That cost is half the price. Yeah, the thing to note, yeah, that's because that's fit. You need to, yeah, your groups are just set up wrong. If that's happening, Joby, your groups are just set up wrong. The problem we're going to have is that I can't really troubleshoot 4.10 and do 4.11 all at the same time. In 4.10, yes. Yeah, this is where it's going to get really difficult for the next few weeks because, you know, the way you do it in one version of the add-on is different to how you're going to do it in the new version of the add-on. That's the problem. For the purpose of everything going forward, I'm going to be assuming that we're using 4.11. Is cheapish cloth worth buying up due to the cost of things in 9.1? And how about buying up cloth rank 3s that are currently under cost for 9.1? I wouldn't be buying legendaries to try and resell them, no. But cloth, yeah, certainly. If you can find the cloth cheap enough. Especially lace stripe, lightless silk. There's a relatively strong chance that lightless silk will see an increase in its price. But the obvious disclaimer that it's all speculation. Right, we'll have to import this profile to the PTR to get the item level 200 and the 230 stuff. But I'll do that once I've got the rest of it padded out. We need to do shadow scale now. Before I do shadow scale, I need to clean up some inventory space. What's really funny is there's a lot of stuff that I can claim the appearance of. That's quite funny. Might as well equip some of these things then. My all the things is going to be very impressed with me. Right, the question is, do I just vendor all of this stuff? Because I can't be bothered to do anything with it. I'm super tempted just to vendor all of this. Is Venari rep account wide? Yes. This just turned into an all the things stream. Do I just vendor all of this? Disenchant it maybe? Yes, vendor it. You wouldn't want to undercut me. Disenchant it all. I probably should just send it all over to be disenchanted, but I know I'll never do it. I know I'll never do it. Cost of doing business. I was going to vendor the lot. I might regret this later, but we'll see. There we go. That's one way to clean your bag space. I just realised whatever you stream, it's always about add-ons. Yeah, I think this game feels more World of Add-ons than it is anything. TSM, LST, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Store it in your guild bank for 6 months like the rare Dawn crafting rings. True. All that. Oh, it's funny because it's true. Right. What I do absolutely need to do is do a reload just to save any progress that we have made. Save any progress we have made. Add-ons are the biggest advantage WoW has over most MMOs, as it allows you to play the game you want to play it. Well, I mean, add-ons is not exclusive to World of Warcraft, not in any way, shape or form. But you are right, it really does mean that people can customise their gameplay to great levels nowadays. It's like the pack of the original Euro coins, pack of 20 euros that I packed away as a kid. It's going to be worth it in the future. You must have had the cardboard like cutout thing for them. You'd push the coins into it and it had info about them and stuff. Yeah, I had those and all. I had those. You'd buy them from like the supermarket. I remember those. In fact, I even remember, if for anybody that used to live in the who lives in the UK, Sainsbury's used to give them away free if you spent like $50 on groceries or something. Right, let's Now we need to make a whole bunch of shadow scale gear. Where at shadow scale? Right, what do we got to do? We got to make one of everything, don't we? One of everything. It's going to get really expensive. Go. I'm not going to look at the crafting cost of all of this, considering I'm just going to vendor it. Two more. There we go. There's one of every shadow scale piece. There you go in the base items, item level specific. Hello? Where did they go? There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, in you go. Now we need to let's make some 87 variations. So making them with a novice crafter's mark. Go. This feels so wrong on so many levels. Wasting a bunch of good mats for all this. I'm wasting a lot of a lot of mats for this. It's not wrong. You do it for the ad money. Oh, I wish I did it for the ad money. I'd have to be a 50k Andy to do it for the ad money. 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, and 87. In you go. Boom. Ah, sponsored ads as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 30-second sponsored ad, boys and girls. Talking about ad money, I became a TSM affiliate yesterday. Considering the amount I talk about TSM, I probably should become a TSM affiliate, but yeah. I'm not sure I can become a TSM affiliate. We did the 87s, we need to do 117s, which is what, Crafter's Mark 1? Yeah, go. Oh my god, my materials, my poor materials. All of this callous hide I've squirreled away. Burning it into the nether. Right, there we go. Why not? I prefer to be able to talk without affiliation about things like Trade School Master. If it's significantly financially viable for me to be affiliated with something, sure. But a couple of referrals for TSM, probably not so. To be affiliated with them, I know it's not agreed, but to be affiliated with somebody like TSM would sort of indicate that I have to speak positively of them. Whilst that's not necessarily true, I would like to stay unaffiliated and feel free to speak openly how I think about things, you know? Now I know they invited me to, you know, help out with the TSM alpha and that sort of stuff, and I'm more than happy to, you know, test the add-on and offer feedback on it. But in going as far as becoming affiliated with them would mean that I have financial gain from it, and it kind of muddies the water on my ability to talk openly about them, if that makes sense. Not that I feel the need to speak badly of TSM in any way, shape or form, but I would, you know, I wouldn't want to feel obliged to speak positively just because I have financial interest in it, if that makes sense. Let's go with 168 gear. That's what, Crafter's Mark II, right? Crafter's Mark... hang on, did I even add the 117s? I did. I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Crafter's Mark II. Go. I mean, if TSM turned around and offered me 10 grand, the conversation might be different. But for cents on the dollar for a few referrals their way, it's not worth it to me. You can become an LST affiliate though. That would also imply that you're making money off the add-on in the first place. I'll allow you to stay entirely objective. In fact, I'd like you to give me the honest feedback. I'm sure companies would. But yeah, I'm not going to sign myself to be an affiliate of any single add-on or company or something unless there's significant reason to do so. I ain't selling out unless there's good money involved. Then I'll sell out when the money's really good. Raid Shadow Legends, I'm looking at you. There's a spy. There'd be no financial incentive, no need to worry. Yeah. Alright, there we go. There, I believe that's about as complete as I can make the set here. Apart from base Legos, actually, we can do. I wonder what. Yeah, I probably should make the base legendary items part of the profession crafting things, shouldn't I? Really. Even though I know eventually I'm going to pull them out and have them set up differently, but. Test different crafters marks. Yeah, that's true. We probably should actually test some of this as well. Throw some operations on it and test, see what it does. Wasn't there a Mythic Plus add-on that tried to go premium only and called all hell to rain upon them? Yeah, Mythic Dungeon Tools decided that they were going to make the add-on free for everybody, but the information in the add-on, you had to be subscribed to somebody on Twitch or something silly to get it. And yeah, that caused all sorts of chaos. LST works great for me because I know exactly how to use it. It's true. I mean, technically, composite bows, you can do item levels on these, meaning probably should. Probably should. Is the only way to make groups in TSM to make the item and have it in your bags? No, it's not, but it's the way I prefer to do it. Like I said, I've said this a few times now, but if you're doing it just for yourself, there's a few different ways you can do it. The base group is your friend. Trust me, the base group is your friend. I don't 100% trust the base group, and there's various reasons to why. It does have the occasional very, very slim chance of not doing what you expect it to do, but 99% of the time it's good enough. But only because I make my TSM profiles public do I want to guarantee that they're 100% not broken. But you could, for example, on the composite bow, you can search for composite bow, show results based on the item level, and you'll see here you've got an item level 117. You've got composite bow 117. You got the different variations here. The base group is your friend unless it's not, but 99% of the time it works perfectly fine. It's because people were trolling him during the world first race, wanted him to stop raiding and update the add-on. Oh. Yeah, plus if you're in the profession with TSM, you can, in theory, I mean, I'll do this now with Junk crafting just to show you what it looks like. If Junk crafting loads. In fact, before I do anything tragic like that, I need to do a quick reload to save my settings. We want a hot tub auction house PvP stream with a rubber ducky. We're never getting no hot tub streams. It's not happening. That's content for the OnlyFans. That's true. That's true. That's never going to make it on Twitch. Can't cash out on OnlyFans if I do it. Give it for free on Twitch. Commander's still balked. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it. Should work. I don't know why it doesn't work. Should work. Yeah, in theory, when it comes to making groups, I mean, it is actually dead simple. If you want just the default group layout system, you can press this little button here, and then go create groups from table. And assuming it doesn't crash my game, it will then, when you open TSM, you go into groups, you'll see you've got Dawn Crafting, and it just splits everything based on, breaks it down. This is a really, really good start because it goes as far as taking all of the past expansion stuffs as well. So you can just kind of close out on most of these and ignore them. But then obviously focus on Shadowlands. But it does weird stuff, right? You still want to go into this and heavily tweak it and customize it. The fact that it puts all of your materials in weird groups because of mass prospecting. It puts a group it basically just copies what the default setup is, which is not really great. It does weird and wacky stuff. You still need to heavily edit this, but it's a good foundation, especially for the past expansion stuff. Considering there's only 2 variations of these, I might just, rather than having each individual weapon be its own group with each subgroup, I might just do weapons, and then I might do the item variation of them in their own group. The weapons you can only do, as default they come at item level 100, don't they? And you can also add a crafter's mark to make them 117. So maybe we just make this group rename this to item level 117. In a similar vein to this, if we have one for base items, and then 117 variations, we should be good, I think. So we make a composite bow. We make a crafter's mark composite bow. We make some bone bound knuckles. We make a crafter's mark bone bound knuckles. We make a composite bow. We make a crafted mark composite bow. And I think by this point you get the gist. So now we can go by item level. Composite bow. No, hang on. These are 117s. Where did they go? Oh, okay. So all these four, actually, we can put them in base items. And then the 117s go in here. Bone bound knuckles, composite bow, composite crossbow, desolate leather, cletus. Go. Boom! Boom! Well, it only took us 1,000,000 hours. But I think... Oh no, because technically I've not done legendaries yet. Ugh, gross. Technically I've not done legendaries. Okay. Okay. Right. Technically I've not done legendaries. We're getting there. We're getting there. But I think you get the point, boys and girls. I think you get the point. Craft one of each legendary. I don't need to. I've already got 3 of every legendary crafted on this realm. So I just need to get onto the right profile. Plus the 5s and 6s, I can probably make them on the PTR and get those in there as well. So, but right, I think I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls, anyway. Because you kind of get the point. TSM 4.11 is out. TSM 4.11, sorry, TSM 4.11 beta is out. You need to be a TSM premium member to be able to get it up and running and start twiddling and changing with some of the new stuff. There's a, should I give you a link to do that maybe? Thinking about it. It's on TSM website, Google it. If you're not a TSM Premium member, you can, yes, you can, like Jack has just said, you can put yourself on the waiting list, you can sign up, and I think it's basically a first come, first served thing. Here's the link. That's funny. Yeah, use that one. If you want to get on board with it, sure, the next couple of days I'll be in full sort of Q&A mode, I guess, for people that start getting on board with 4.11. You might even start see some videos on 4.11 come out. Now that it's in beta, it's in the hands of more people. Technically, although it's a beta, it's basically considered, you can, at this point, you can basically consider it like out and available, because yes, it's a beta, but if you give them money, they will, you know, give you access to it. So yeah, it's kind of like one of those, you know, it's like a pre-release game, you know. It's actually available for everybody. You just, you know, got to cough up. Later today, I will put the Wowhead weekly economy report up on YouTube for those that missed it earlier today. Obviously, big shout out again to Samadan putting that together for us each and every week. Highly appreciate it. All the sellouts, so many sellouts. LST.com/Jack the Dipper. That'll do. That'll do. If you do find an issue with the beta, the TSM team are really fast and responsive to fixing stuff. I'm not entirely sure if you're memeing at that point. I would recommend, if you do jump on board with TSM and have any issues with it, make sure you jump on their Discord. The WoW Economy Discord is their home for Trade School Master support as well. There's a dedicated channel in there. You can basically speak to Gumdrops as and when needed. But I'm gonna leave it there for today, boys and girls. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tuesday, reset day for you NA players, restock day for most EU players. We will be continuing on with getting our TSM profile up and ready for 9.1 and TSM 4.11 ready as well. So enjoy the rest of your day. I'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.